Oh, yeah.
Okay.
All right, good evening, everyone. We are here for the commission special commission meeting. It is Wednesday, March 26, 2025, and it is 6:02. We call the roll, please, Madam Clerk.
Mayor Groff,
Here.
Vice Mayor Gonzalez,
Here.
Commissioner Amsler, Commissioner Huntington,
Here.
Commissioner Samara.
Here.
Mr. Mayor, you have a quorum.
Let's go ahead and do the pledge of allegiance, please.
The republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So let's go ahead and open up for public comment. We'll start with those here in the log cabin, and then we'll move on to Zoom. Just a reminder for public comment, it is limited to 3 minutes, and please provide your name and address before you address. The group. So, floor is open.
I am Melanie Oliva and I live at 590 Northeast 121st Street. Neighborhood, this is a special commission meeting to discuss the heron industry issue. And I did get to show my presentation last month as I did during the presentation. I'd like more time in 3 minutes, and I'd like my presentation to be projected for public to see, which I emailed you on this.
Before you go on there, Melanie, Madam Clerk,
I'm trying to get it up so she could.
she's working on putting it up. Maybe the best thing to do is kind of recall for a second, and we'll, as she works on that, we'll kind of come back to that, okay?
Yeah, and Mayor, if I could, I got her pictures, I'll pass them around to the entire board.
Oh, perfect. All right, great, excellent. So you have the pictures printed out too that we'll be able to share. Thank you. So we'll do a recall, so anyone else wants to step up, go ahead and keep us going.
Michael Oliva, 590 121st Street. I just wanted to take a second to thank the commission, obviously, for having this special meeting to talk about the birds, on the topics. And to advocate for a second for those who don't have the opportunity to advocate for themselves in this room, being the birds and among trees. So, as I think I mentioned to you guys last time, I really have a wonderful time seeing these birds frolic in my yard all day long. I mean, guess what? It's wonderful. It's something that everybody should see. I think a lot of folks here have actually taken the time to come and see the birds and enjoy them for themselves. I can't thank you enough for having taken the time to come and understand what it is that we're trying to make sure that we can preserve. Any further opportunity for those birds to be able to sit in front of our house is a gift to the park, as you know, they'll keep coming back year after year. So I just wanted to take a moment to thank the commission for their considerations. Thank you.
Susan Howell, 101st Street in Miami, Florida. I've come to see the birds here. One of my dear friend's house. And I think, as Mike said, you have to speak for those that can't speak. And once you see these birds and witness them, you'll understand how everything in nature is interconnected. It starts to make sense. So yes, the pines, the Australian pine are quote unquote invasive. But taking a sledgehammer to all the pine, instead of going carefully as was supposed to be done by every pine, and seeing which ones were causing the potential danger, instead of just wiping them out. And the birds, especially through September, the birds are going to be nesting, and it is a little bit inhumane to knock down nesting birds. Think about our homes, and if someone came in and knocked down our homes in the middle of our nesting season. And we have to think about it. Nature can't speak to us, but they are speaking to us in other ways of wonder and beauty. And the bird population in the United States and across the world are being decimated. And as the bird populations are decimated, it goes down and up the food chain, including how it affects each and every one of us, even if we're not intricately connected to nature like some of us are. So I ask that you, thank you for having the meeting, and that there's a precise way to do this. You could prune the pines, and they've been here for so many years, prune them until the native pines, and birds prefer pines. Plant Dade County native pines, let them grow, let the birds have a chance to make the transition instead of wiping out their nests and sending them away. So I'm asking for compassion, for consideration, and for just understanding we're all interconnected. We are not separate from nature, we're part of nature.
Edwards, even 11800 Griffin. I think we can all agree we can't change what we refuse to acknowledge. The commission's plan to destroy all of the pines has been a huge thing. So I address this to the commission. Didn't follow the advice to cut the trees down in stages. Didn't receive 3 separate bids for the work. You didn't have a qualified bird person to inspect the trees. And because none of this was followed, you've created a scar on our landscape, almost wiped out the heron's yearly nesting sites, and have traumatized the neighbors who are most directly affected by these wonders. This isn't about pointing a finger at any one person. You collectively voted on this plan. You are all to blame for this failure. I understand you would just like to move things along and start having the discussion about replacing the trees, which I've heard we don't even have the money for. Am I? But wait a darn minute. The real scary part of your botched plans is that if it wasn't for those birds and 2 very astute neighbors, you would have gotten away with this fiasco and no one would have known the difference. So before we just move along as though nothing has happened, it's time to stop, think, proceed with caution. For me personally, the most important thing that needs to be addressed is what we are going to do with what's left of these pines. We know now how valuable they are to our village and all the wildlife they support. These trees are the ones that the herons came back to year after year, and you've already destroyed some of their nesting sites. I strongly suggest we preserve what's left of our pines, and by September, you should have enough time to get 3 separate bids to cut the trees back. Many highly educated people and experts have spoken against the trees. I admit, I'm no expert, and don't hold any degrees. So in closing, I will quote the wisest and richest man who's ever walked the earth, even by today's standards. And he says, the conclusion of the matter, everything having been heard, is fear the true God and keep his commandments, for this is the whole obligation of man. For the true God will judge every deed, including every hidden thing, as to whether it is good or bad. So for the remainder of my time, I ask that you would reflect on King Solomon's wise words. Thank you.
Barbara Jewel, 777 Northeast 111th Street. Dory will probably be amazed that I agree with everything she said. And I'm not gonna, other people have said, talked about the birds and how important they are. I honestly have never seen them before. When I went there, I was amazed myself. And I hope all of you take a walk down there to see what's there. I have issues with the process of removing the pine trees. In 2009, the commission put on their budget, an item 30,000, and then it went to 35,000 to remove Australian pines. It was also to remove any other large, dangerous tree. Without bringing a proposal
to the commission to just discuss removing all of the trees at once. I saw the agenda, that it was a consent agenda item just to waive the competitive bid. You all lived here long enough, $120,000 is a very big amount for this same park. It's not a typical amount on a project. And the fact that I was just reading the background information, they really asked SFM, who we had done business with before, and Joe's Tree Trimming, who's also worked in the park, and another company, I don't know. That is not the way you should be doing a bid. Competitive bidding helps save us money, and it also is transparent. We have an ordinance that demands competitive bidding. And for the commission, for the manager to claim that this was an emergency because a tree fell down on 113th Street is hysterical. We've had trees fall down before. We had two huge trees in at the rec center, right in the top lot. And we didn't go cutting every tree in this same park. And I know Joe's here. I have no problem with the way they took the way that did the job. It seemed to be a clean operation. But the fact that on the 4th, on February 4th, we had the meeting and waived this competitive bid. Commissioner Amsler wanted to know where this money was coming from. Where are we getting $120,000 out of the Public Works Department? And the manager didn't have a real answer. And she had said, I need an answer before I can go along with it. And at the end of the meeting, it sounded like you were gonna have a month to notify residents properly, so that, because this has always been a controversial issue with things living in the trees, at one time there were owls. It just should have been notified, you should have been notifying the resident. And it ended up with the manager saying, I'll bring this information back to you in March. But on February 6th, the manager put out a letter saying that trees were going to be removed, naming streets, not naming 121st Street. And on February 10th, they had already started removing trees. And it was February 20th that they removed the trees on 121st Street. So this is not the way we should be doing business. And it was only Commissioner Samarian and Commissioner Amsler who even questioned about the bids. Here, what's happening that $120,000 just becomes a nothing item for this commission? You're here to protect our money and to have transparency. And this has nothing to do with Joe's company or the other companies, but this isn't the way a bid is done. The other thing that was very disturbing, I was on Park and Parkways for over 20 years. Okay, to read in the manager's letter that the Bay County wanted to donate some trees to us. Give me a break. You decimated medians. People woke up and probably had a heart attack when they saw that their beautiful medians now look like a desert. 119th Street, 118th Street, and 121st Street, they haven't stopped a little the same way. So what kind of sensitivity is there to this village? That's one of our most important assets. And to start saying, let's ask for contributions from residents because we don't have any money for this. That's a lot of crap. You have money for everything. This should have been part of a plan, working with the Park and Parkways Board. You could have asked for outside help. This should have been done completely differently. And it's insulting when I've read from different commissioners and heard them asking maybe tree companies can donate some trees. This is hardly a charity community. And if you can't stand behind one of the best assets and demand the best trees and have the right tree in the right place, you don't belong on this commission. I just want to say something briefly about the other item, the police. and what's going on. Gary and I have lived here for a very long time, and we've been very happy here. We always feel very safe. We've known all the different police chiefs and the managers, and they all seem like nice guys. In fact, the Tiziano was a really nice guy. And again, we're in the news. Please look carefully into who you are hiring and who they are hiring. And this is your job to make sure we don't end up on Channel 10 News. Thank you.
Eric Hewell, 777 Northeast 111th Street. I think this episode with the Australian Times reflects very poorly on the administration and the commission as well. The item was ramrodded through based on this hyped up near hysteria. The failure of one Australian pine, and as Barbara pointed out, was the only tree that fell down in the village. It's not, the failure of the one tree is not an indicator of the imminent failure of the other 38. Now, the Australian pines that have exceeded their anticipated life. But there is a methodical and careful way to take care of that, and those trees, if there really was a concern, should have been examined. And some that were taken down were near failure. But be that as it may, it is not a justification for avoiding competitive bidding or avoiding due diligence. Certainly, I think it was unfair, I believe, to leave it to Joe's tree trimming, who I think is a very professional organization, to be responsible for that. Was it a reason to avoid negotiation with North Miami before you proceeded? You know, we landscape it, 121st Street, we put barriers on 121st Street, we're gonna take down the trees too. It's jointly owned. And we keep spending our money without engaging with North Miami. And the biggest failure of all was not engaging the community. There are people that woke up in the morning to a chainsaw, unaware that the tree was coming down in their front yard. The community needs to be fully involved. This was a bigger issue than the birds. Not that I'm dismissing the birds by any means. I think that's a very significant aspect of this. But this was a big project, and as Barbara pointed out, there should have been a comprehensive plan before we just plowed ahead. Kennedy, before he left, gave a very stern advice to the commission. You're here to protect the residents. And quite frankly, I don't think you're doing that. To be perfectly blunt, sometimes I don't think you have the guts to say no. We'll be looking for a village manager, folks, permanent village manager. And I don't want to see another rush job. I don't want to see acceptance of the existing village manager just because he's here, and that's easy. And I certainly don't think we should be selecting a village manager or considering current village manager until the investigation in terms of the complete police complaints is complete. Thank you.
Number 361 Northeast 7th Street. Very disappointing that those Australian pines were cut down. How many decades have they been part of this community, part of Biscayne Park? They're part of your history. The proper thing to do would have been to inspect each individual tree and only acted on the ones that were truly in bad shape. It could have saved a lot of money. Yes, Australian pine is not native, but I would caution you to fall into the mindset I call native plant Nazism. The belief that native plants are a master race and the non-natives are all inferior to be exterminated. Native trees can also fall suddenly. Gumbo limbo, Braceros maruba, is very brittle and branches can fall off. Jamaica mahogany, Swetenia mahogany, also famous for having full-grown branches fall off. Yes, Australian pine is not native, but nor are we Everybody in this room, we are all an invasive exotic species. The streets, the cars, the houses, the airplanes, our power grid, our sewer systems, our hospitals. We are an invasive human civilization. Getting back to trees, the Royal Poinciana, one of the most beloved trees in South Florida, is not native, it's from Madagascar. And finally, Florida's official state flower, the orange blossom, is not native, it's from China. So please, take a broader view. Find the facts before you act. It's maybe too late, but I would recommend you plant back the Australian pine. Thank you.
Just looking at them, 500 Northeast, 119th Street. Well, basically, I think everything was already said. Not much to add on why or the process that this went through. For sure, pain, as the gentleman just said, is not needed to hear, but we are to do that. So they've been there for hundreds of years, and we took a decision to tear them down when we didn't even know which one was right and which one was a danger for the neighbors. Number two, I didn't hear at least nobody talked about the value of being able to walk under the shade of those trees. And right now, living in 119, where I think 6 trees were torn down, it's like a desert out there in the middle of the road. And I think it's unacceptable, the process that we all share, or we didn't share, but the process that the commission took to tear down those trees. Damage is done. We cannot put them back the way they were. But I think that we should encourage every member of the commission to think about what are we gonna do? What are the creative ways that we're gonna bring back decent trees? I'm not 20 years old to see them grow. We moved here 3 years ago because that street where we live on today was our dream street and our dream home. And right now, everything is collapsed. We have a desert in front of my house, no shade, no nothing, no trees, no birds. I don't know about it. Maybe it changed, right? And I think that it's totally out of the normal procedure, the way that this execution of the trees was done. So I urge and encourage each one of you to think thoroughly on, hey, what are we gonna do to bring trees back? We do not have, or at least myself and my wife, we do not have only 30 more years. The new trees that are replacing there, that probably are 5 feet tall, right? And I don't know if my grandchildren or grandchildren will ever see a big tree in that tree. Thank you.
Want to thank everyone who showed up today, who took the time to meet us and observe the various events. It's like big, I know it's 110%. Took the time to meet with us and observe the birds and their nests these past few days. I want to thank the commissioners who have shown concern and empathy toward the birds. I know who you are, you know who you are. The Italian-Argentinian part of me would like to expose the wrongdoing that took place here, but I am not going to point it, they already did, because also I believe in that saying that when you point a finger, 3 fingers are pointing back at you. And I do have to admit, it is my fault that I took the comfort of my sofa and Netflix night over participating in commissioners' meetings. After the last one, I can say that it's Susie coming to this meeting, so maybe it's something. Okay,
It is also my fault that I didn't question your statement about the assessment of the trees and the wildlife inspections. I trusted you were doing the right thing. My. So I can take, if I can take responsibility for what I failed to do, I think it is fair that you do too. So we can do better from now on, which is what I asked you last time. Here I am, offering myself, my time, and my practical, logical way of doing things. I may not be an expert on trees or science, but as a nature educator, I think I can be useful. As a resident, I have been observing and living with those trees for 22 years, and now I am questioning the behavior and the bad rap that experts are telling us about these trees. But I believe together we can figure it out. What will be the solution for everyone, including the wildlife we hope in our village? And before I address some concerns I have of what happened now, I wanna be clear on something that some people last meeting, they say that there was no nest, that they were destroyed. Well, guess what? They were. And now we know that these birds, when they migrate, they come back and they use the nest that they built the year before and the year before. They just make it stronger. And guess what? The 2 trees that are not in front of my house anymore, we are having 4 birds with no nest. The other ones are sitting in eggs, and these ones are confused and looking sad. You saw it, you saw it, you saw it, you saw it, you did. But I want to address some concerns that I have. I don't know if you talk about it, and I feel I need to address the liability, because we're talking about liability a lot. One fall, right? Well, we are facing now with the trees that are no longer there. We had a bad traffic. You guys know, right? Nobody's 21st every week. Accidents? Okay. Well, let me tell you, I had 3 buildings in front of my home where they cross because you guys put a no U-turn on one side, no U-turn on the other side. Guess what the people are doing? They're crossing them. Amazon trucks, they don't want to go the 4 or 5 more blocks that they need to go. So if we are talking about liability, I walk my dogs, and majority of us walk our dogs twice a day. We do not have places to walk. You guys were there. You see how I need to go, slow down, there are with the phones. So what do you think is the probability that I am going to get hit and my dogs are going to get hit, or anybody going to get hit more than one branch that in 22 years never? Did you guys talk about that? Did you guys realize what we were doing? I don't see. The other thing I want to say is, did you guys notice that the past few years we have more issues with flooding than wilderness? How much money you guys spend with flooding this past years? Well, let me put it this way. I'm trying to find where I am right now. Invasive 100-year-old tree that we want to get rid of also have the capability and a root system to prevent streets and houses from flooding. You know that? From what we read, the root system absorbs water quickly. It doesn't take an expert to realize that 100-year-old roots will be absorbing more water faster than a young tree, which I believe probably will drown if we have another of the floods that we had last year. Because mines that I did adopt the tree in Miami-Dade, kaput. So when it's coming up to look for trees, like everybody here said, don't go for the cheap discount ones. That's not good if you're going to do that, because we really need trees. Thank you for listening. Thank you for letting me express myself. I was not going to continue, but I end up pointing it. But because if I have responsibilities, you do too. I voted for you guys. You agree with it. We can do it. Yeah? 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 Can we do that? Or no? Or no, or no? I want it. Are you capable to do that?
I don't know, response to public comments, but yes.
It's not bad. I think this is the third or maybe fourth time I've spoken on this same issue with the trades since the first time you guys passed the emergency ordinance. You've already had your noses rubbed in the carpet several times, so I'm not gonna add to that, but what I am gonna say is I was on the Parks and Parkway board for a wee bit of time that Barbara was on there, Barbara was chair. And, one of the things that I've done in my life, that I've spent my life in public service that I'm most proud of, is when I was on the board with Barbara, and we put in, I think, 148 trades or something like that over the years that I was there. And it would be nice, and I don't say this to admonish anybody here, but it would have been nice to have some of you there when we were trying to fight with the village to do that, because getting the village to plant those new trees, even with grants that paid for them to be planted and watered, was a battle. And I don't, to this day, still know why, because as I've said for the last 3 times I talked about the same issue, the 2 most important things in this village are the things we're talking about tonight. Public safety and our trees, because that's why people move here, because it's safe and it's beautiful, and we have this beautiful tree canopy and bird habitat and all this stuff. And you guys are the safeguards of all that, and so are we. And thankfully, everybody's here today to express our concern about that. So it's already messed up. So now the question is, what are we gonna do to fix it? So when we did those tree grants, the companies that we hired, part of the county's efforts, were that to make sure that the trees that were planted were of a certain caliber, by caliber, I don't mean caliber of the tree, the actual height and the width, and Florida #1, and all the standards that they have. And that the company that would plant them would also tend to them, so they were watered for a period of time, because our staff do not have the capacity to go out and water these trees. We have a water truck that works on and off. I'm not sure if it's working at this point or not. So when we wrote those grants, the companies came and installed the trees and watered them for months to make sure that they were established. And I'm happy to say most of those trees, not all of them, even some of those died even with the care. But you can't just grow some trees in here that we're gonna get done. You've got to pick, we labored over every tree that was planted here. Barbara, Gary wasn't even on the committee. Gary went around and measured every hole, and we had to GPS coordinate where they would go. We looked at the structure of the other trees and all that. It's very, well, I'm saying this to say it's very important what kind of tree and where you plant it, and to make sure that we get the right trees at the right height to replace the trees that we took away from the raptors that use those trees. There's peregrines out there, there's all kinds of gorgeous birds that are out there. We have birders here all the time. So anyway, I hope that you will take a lot more care replacing the trees than we did getting rid of them. The other thing that I haven't heard hardly anybody speak about tonight is what really concerned me last time, because this is being addressed by public pressure here, is what the hell is going on with our police department time after time after time? It's crazy that we keep finding ourselves in this position. The police chief we hired, who I thought he was doing a great job for the record. I thought he was doing wonderful things, Chief Steele. But I guess there's some debate about that. And now, when you look at the news, he's sleeping in the public works office in Mexico Beach with Chris. So I realized that the manager hires his leads, and then those folks hire the other people, and you only have to say in hiring the manager, and all the other staff are hired by the manager. So please, to Mr. Childress and whoever takes the position permanently, whether it's you or somebody else, please take great care in who we hire and who we vet for these positions. So thank you.
So, pick it up. Very good.
If you put in presentation mode, I can't see more.
Huh.
I'd like to first thank the commission for their time. I know what you do is not easy. You cannot please everyone. And I truly appreciate what you do. We're all trying to do the best with the information that we have and what we've seen with our own eyes. Thank you, Commissioner Amsler, for calling this meeting. I'd also like to introduce myself. I'm an environmental artist, activist, and teaching artist. I see all species as deserving of an equal right to live. I've worked on native plant and pollinator advocacy for over the last 10 years. I founded Artist Collective's Inspiration Pollination and Artful Activists. I'm a founding member of Found by Beauty, led by Mary Benton, which is responsible for the planting of thousands of native plants and trees in South Florida. I'm a co-founder of Pesticide Free Miami, which strives for soil-based integrated pest management as opposed to the use of harmful pesticides in public spaces. I hope we'll talk about that later. We've also added hundreds of native plants to our own yard. I champion the benefits of native plants and animals to our ecosystem, but I also recognize not everything is black and white, and there are benefits of non-natives to human and non-human animals. For instance, did you know that livestock make up 62% of the world's mammal biomass? Humans account for 34%, and wild animals are just 4%. Livestock are not native to North America, nor are European honeybees who pollinate our crops. Animal agriculture is a leading cause of global warming. We've caused great imbalances to our planet and molded it to fit around humans, the most invasive species on Earth. Perfect.
Ellen, for us, do you want this, is this part of your first slide?
It's just my introduction.
Okay.
Oh, I'm almost done.
All right, then, Madam Clerk, if you can put it on the presentation.
It-
I don't see it.
You
on
don't
this
see it?
one. Sorry, thank you.
Perfect solutions do not exist to many issues around species competing to survive, especially in a world where humans are overpopulated. But I think we can strive for solutions that create the least harm possible for us all. Given that our commissioners were unaware of the yellow-crowned night herons when they voted to cut down all casuarinas or Australian pines at once, and were only made aware because of my email, I think it's the least we can do for the herons to make this discussion a priority and keep open minds. So thank you, everybody. Taking this a step further as a bird sanctuary would be to prioritize the herons, who I believe deserve that. Also, to ground ourselves, I'd like to point out that it's Miami Climate Week. Let's do the best we can for our environment and take a holistic approach to conservation, as things are not always cut and dry. Okay, so now to show the presentation. I just really want to see, I want the public to see the pictures of the herons. As I know some of you guys got to come to our heron hour the last couple of days and see them in person. Even after this meeting, like Vicki said, I encourage you guys to come to 121st and see them because they are beautiful. We're not sure if these trees get cut down if they'll come back. If you want to go to the next slide.
It's not working.
Is it safe?
Yeah, a little bit.
Go back to Zoom. So I guess just to fill time, we did do a written petition for local people who came to our heron hour. We also did an online petition. In total, we got 446 petition signatures. That back what the presentation, the asks are at the end. It's not a long presentation.
Presentation, like going to, yes, let me see, you know how to share, it's right here from beginning, okay. But now you're not gonna be able to see the Zoom screen to share. I don't, is that the computer that manages the Zoom?
Yeah. that's right.
So you need to share from this computer.
Yeah.
Zoom. Push the share screen. Okay, now here on the front side.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, so we started taking photos of the herons for a while, and Vicky has been for a really long time. My photos go back to 2020. You can see my camera wasn't as good then. So neighbors on our street have photographed me for many years. If you want to go to the next slide. That's a baby, it's a fledgling, so they feel safe in our yard. That's actually in our driveway. They walk around, right on the flag. If you want to go to the next slide. One of the nice things is that this brings together neighbors from North Miami and Biscayne Park, because our street has both, we're kind of the division line. So we always come together every year and talk about the herons. You want to go to the next one? So this was actually the morning that the trees were cut down in front of Vicky's house, which is next to my house as well. I knew the herons were back. I'd been hearing them all week, and then I happened to walk by this one at 8 a.m. that morning. It vocalized at me, and I knew I was near the nests because it was probably refurbishing them again. Let's go to the next slide. This is down a little further where you guys came to Heron Hour to see the herons. So this is where the 8 Castorana trees are left at 517 Northeast 121st Street. There's actually, I think 4 or 5 couples on that side of the street, and there's 2 couples near my Vicky's house. You can go to the next slide. This was the day that the trees were cut down by Joe. So again, there's 2 adult pairs. They had built nests, or actually refurbished nests, because we've learned more information looking into this. The couples watched from a nearby tree as their nests were cut down. So this says they have not built nests, but actually last night they started working on one, and it's very sparse. But it has taken them a month to recover and kind of, so it has disrupted their nesting season. Let me go to the next slide. So this is when the remains were piled on top of the native cocoa plums that Biscayne Park planted, killing 5. In 2018, Clerk Holzer, who's one of our neighbors, coordinated these plantings with the neighbors. Actually steered us towards natives. They grew pretty well next to the Australian pines. The soil did not seem to be poisoned. They have thrived up and down our street. Consulted Urban Paradise Guild, who actually removes partially removes Australian pines and also common weed. So unfortunately, those have been killed. The next slide, please. So since the incident near my house, neighbors have notified me of other rookeries in the neighborhood, like this one on 119th. So where you see the desert-like appearance on 119th, that's actually that used to hold trees with nests as well. And also on 121st, as far as 8th Avenue. You could go to the next street. I'm sorry, the next slide. The median remains bare, like Vicky said, covered with what looks to be Castorana mulch or dust, allowing cars to park and drive through the median. The irony is that this is 100 feet away from an extremely pressing public safety issue on 6th Avenue, where a car accident occurs sometimes weekly, sometimes daily, which we've been asking to be addressed for years. And okay, go to the next slide. I think we're all learning where can we go from here. We kind of talked about all these, but we are a bird sanctuary, yet the rookeries were not considered. We must prioritize our birds and wildlife and speak to residents who observe them. I think we can all agree on that. You want to click to the next one. Trees were cut down during nesting season without wildlife inspection. We owe it to our wildlife and trees, and to hire experts and our holistic objective environmental consulting firms. Next one, please. Residents of Northeast 121st were not notified, nor was the city of North Miami or their residents. We can improve communication with residents in North Miami. Next one, please. Trees in our medians have not been maintained. We must prioritize our canopy as each tree is an ecosystem of its own. Native are not, healthy or not. Mature trees offer shade and can cool the temperature by 10 degrees Fahrenheit, which is critical to livability here as temperatures continue to rise from global warming. They also mitigate flooding and erosion. Like Vicky said, we are also very concerned about that. Careful selection of replacement trees is of utmost importance, as David mentioned. Next one, please. Lack of pruning or maintenance resulted in a larger financial burden of $120,000. This project did not include competitive bidding, but also believe we can save funds in the future by pruning and competitive bidding. If you could go to the next one. This is actually, the next slide is the arborist report from Public Records request that I did that shows SFM's assessment. I don't know what date this was from. I've been told it's from 2021, but I'm not sure. This only identified 2 Australian pines on 121st on our stripe on our site to be removed. It didn't even include the ones in front of Vicky's house. I really think we're gonna have to start assessing trees more often if we're really concerned about liability. And then the next slide, which is my last one, where do we go from here? Our ask is that we pass a resolution that no castellanas with yellow crown night herons nests next to the trees with the nests can be touched through September 2025. I know we're talking about that, we would just like it in writing, please. Hired objective holistic environmental consulting firm to assess the remaining trees and rookery. Preserve any healthy castellanas by methods suggested by the consulting firms until replacement trees are identified, planted throughout the village, and grow tall enough to compensate for those removed. Yellow crowned night herons will nest on live oaks and mahogany, but they clearly prefer the castellanas for height and other characteristics that we just don't understand. Create policy that will ensure trees will not be cut during nesting season in the future, and that proper protocol will be followed, having certified arborist and wildlife expert or environmental consulting firm inspect close to the time of cutting. Because as we know, the birds come at different times, we don't always know when they're going to be arriving. And last but not least, please engage the residents on the first selection of replacement trees, which will ideally include some native pines. Like Vicky said, we're going to be more involved now. Come to more meetings, and then I already talked about the petition signatures, which I have copies of here. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate it taking the time to listen to me.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, Barbara White, 720 Street. And I don't have anything written prepared. I just want to say, despite the fact that there's some Australian kinds of customers are invasive, they're not really invasive here in the state park, and it's known through lots of other communities that they're not invasive. The yards the place is mowed regularly, they don't fly all over the place. I just wanted to let you know, what I think is that, yes, danger is an issue when something falls. I've seen one of these trees fall and they do fall to be split. One of my friends was mentioning her victim of a hurricane, his house is in a pond grove, and it's in many cases damage to houses rather than people, is more often the case. I just want you to know that I did some research on this way back in 2013 when I proposed a resolution that was not passed to take care of our Australian pines. And I noted that I did some research and I was trying to collect some copies for you, and I probably did so unsuccessfully, but I'm going to give a copy to you to share. Xerox it or scan it. It's, you know, my hard copy on the computer is like 2 computers ago, so I can never find it. Anyway, Pembroke Pines, Gulfstream, the city of Miami Beach have all passed special resolutions concerning the pines and where they were and how they should be taken care of. If they are pruned regularly, they can say even at this age, there are many of them that are not. there are indeed, as it's been pointed out, I'm sure that, there are many groups that are
Yes.
not native plants that are Florida. And, the one thing that I think is really important is the issue of the herons, and not just the herons, but eagles. In Pembroke Pines, about a mile from the Everglades, in 2008, 2009, there were, found bald eagles nesting in the pines. There, and indeed, when I was over the, 21st Street last Sunday, I saw an eagle flying by, so there could be eagles, living there. And actually, there were state positions and statutes that trees cannot be taken down during, the bald eagle nesting, season. So I'll provide you with the clerk with the information, and so that you can educate yourself a little more, and some other websites that you might look at with questions and answers, about the plants. So I just hope that I had proposed, I couldn't find what I actually, my resolution was, I don't find a backup copy. But what were one of the provisions I do recall was the suggestion that you have two independent arborists. Checking the, two things, checking the health of the pines, making sure that they're trimmed greatly. I know that if some arborists are really prejudiced, and just like orthopedic surgeons, orthopedic doctors often are, they're taught to cut. And so the first course of resources, the first resources, if you've got a bad leg or bad knee, is to do surgery rather than physical therapy. So I think you should take that to heart with whatever arborist you get. One other thing in researching this, and I talked to like half a dozen communities that have Australian pines, and they take a specific, they need a specific fertilizer that is expensive. And I think money was part of the reason that they were ignored. So I hope that in the next budget, we will think about providing money for not only the Australian pines, but all of the trees in the state park. Thank you.
Hannah Zorion, I live at 65 Northeast 115th Street. I'm a member of the Parks and Parkways Board. We've been slowly gaining momentum over the past couple of months, and now we have a fire lit up for us that we're excited and happy to take on. I am just here listening tonight, not as an official member of the board, but as a resident, just to hear what people have to say. At the next commission meeting, our minutes are posted. We just met last week and we prepared a report that was sent, to be shared at the next commission meeting. That just kind of overviews, some next steps that we recommend to be taken right now. But then also we would love to hear more from residents. So you can, I believe you can email us through the village clerk. And you're welcome to join our meetings. They'll be on the village calendar. And if you have any other research or information that'd be helpful as we move forward, and our board is now active and running. So that's it.
HR 1029 for Clerk. So I'm actually talking about something totally different tonight. Something came to my attention last week, just happened to hear it on the news, that there's a House bill that's being considered to expand the local act that is we're already dealing with. This new one is they're now considering creating granny flags and basically imposing it upon single family zones. It's basically they want to take away our ability to maintain the village the way it is. They want to, let people be able to basically take our village is 3/4 single family. They want to take that away and make it so that people can make duplexes. So there's a lot of things that is wrong with it. I know that the League of Cities is against it, and I just wanted you guys to be aware of it, so that maybe at the next commission meeting we can talk about it or something like that. But it's just something that it could possibly affect us. It could increase the lot coverages. It actually would not let us enforce our number of parking spaces. It would it mean more trees coming down, more parking, more pavement. There's a lot of things that are scary. And, one of the big ones is that, you know, these new tranny flats could be possibly Airbnbs. So we might end up with more Airbnbs. So, I'm bringing it to your attention so that we can maybe, next week talk about it a little bit more in depth. I know the agenda's already been posted, but we can put on, a discussion, and maybe we can, as a village, come to a, you know, have a message that we'd like to relay to the commission. And, everyone else has already spoken about the other issues, and, I'll touch on that. Thank you.
Log in before you will resume. The first step on that. Okay, whenever it's free.
Anderson, 105 North Beach, Place. Brian, or Jonathan, Brian, I have no doubt you guys are looking for this to be a productive and positive meeting. And same goes for everyone, we took a lot of time to come out here tonight. And that's not an easy thing to do when the situation is very visceral and very emotional. You've heard a lot of interesting comments. The one thing I'm going to ask is that you not allow any people to be added to the fire. And that is the commission member who so far at every meeting has launched his vendetta against our current manager. It's counterproductive. He had to be corrected at the March meeting when he said things were inaccurate. A lot of good can come out of tonight's meeting, a lot of good ideas were thrown out. If you guys have the time to be here, don't let it be dragged down.
Even though I am a resident, and I have my own thoughts as a resident, I'm here on behalf of the Pelican Harbor Secret Station today, just to share generally the story from our side and, our thoughts on the matter. So, just to briefly touch on my personal side of things, I have been watching these yellow crown night herons on my block for the last 6 years. First one showed up there in 2019. It was an adolescent, like the one in your photo. Grew up, got a girlfriend moved in. They visited for maybe, that's been like 4 years with a mating couple. And then they are, so it's unfortunate. Now, as far as Pelican Harbor goes, we're not a policy application organization, so we're not here to say what you should or shouldn't do. We're also not arborists, so we don't have a particular opinion on what trees should be planted, moved. What I can say is that when these trees are removed, the herons are likely to move on. The ones that have already been removed, those herons are probably going to go back. While new trees could be planted and herons might choose them, there's no guarantee that they will. Because they favor taller trees to pine trees, for them to potentially. I saw the September timeframe mentioned, and we do agree with that relatively. So there's not a set mating season end for yellow crown night herons. They mate from March through the summer. If they're successful, they might have two nests or two rather sets of babies. So they might extend the mating season out to possibly the end of summer. So September is reasonable as a time to perhaps remove trees without disturbing babies. But again, the birds will probably be after that. See here, we've got anything else to know? I mean, honestly, that's pretty much everything that we have to say on how to potentially move forward. As far as our involvement, for anyone who's not aware, we were in contact
beforehand, we are not a consulting firm for this kind of thing. It probably is best to go through a group like that. But we are available to give our input. So we hired an arborist and talk to them with the trees and, you know, give her, it's just, we're a one-life hospital, we do education, but we're not consulting firm in this kind of way, so it wouldn't be our expertise. That's it. that?
Your name?
Oh, Michael Montori.
Thank you so much for coming on it.
You know, 744 North 19th Street. I want to talk about two things. I wanted everyone, you know, trees and birds to say their piece, because I'm going to talk about something completely different, but, on that topic, I want to say environmental issues and ecological issues are near and dear to my heart, so to see the log cabin full of people, saying their piece, whether it be right, wrong, or whatever, speaking their opinions and having the room filled, is really, really special. And so thank you for everyone coming out to say something for the birds. What I'm speaking about today is, talking about Commissioner Samary's unprofessional and reprehensible behavior, the depravity of his character, and the unethical use of his title as commissioner. It needs to be publicly stated, so Commissioner Samary's character and misdoings are transparent to residents. There's a pattern of harassment many residents have received from Commissioner Samaria, but I'll focus on ours. On March 14th, Commissioner Samaria filed a formal complaint with Internal Affairs at the Police and Fire Department, at my husband's city of employment. His intentions were clear. It was to try to destroy my husband's reputation, disrupt our livelihood, and inflict emotional damage. The complaint was based on events surrounding the medical emergency my husband experienced on village property. In the middle of November's commission meeting, my husband collapsed and was unresponsive. The inconceivable was unfolding in a very public setting in front of the attendees, residents, and staff. My husband was medically cleared by fire rescue. However, when we went home, he progressively worsened and EMS was called to transport him to the hospital. It would be hours in the ER wondering if our children would see their dad again. And I am speeding myself up for forfeiting our last minutes as a family, rushing our kids out the door of the log cabin. It was a terrifying experience we both hoped to recover from privately. Unfortunately, our traumatic ordeal was exploited 6 months later by Commissioner Samaria. His formal complaint was not done to uncover misconduct, but to continue his predictable pattern of furnishing lies to tarnish his people's character and reputation and cause irreparable pain. Commissioner Samaria took no precautionary steps to acknowledge that once these malicious claims were created, they would affect a family of 5 who depend on a single income. The moment he followed through, it was consent for interrupting our lives financially and emotionally for his own personal satisfaction. I'm sure you'll feign ignorance to elicit empathy, as you always do. However, any rational person with concerns of this weight would immediately speak with a village manager or attorney. They will build a case over time using public records with agencies involved, speak to the fire department, and gather any and all witnesses and documentation of the misconduct he alleges my husband committed. You did none of those things. Your first course of action was to file a formal complaint with 0 supporting documents, witnesses, or any account rooted in fact. It was no coincidence you filed this complaint after a contentious commission meeting where you verbalized your anger that my husband corrected you on your lies. Using his seat to leverage a personal attack against a colleague experiencing a medical emergency is beyond dishonorable and needs to be repudiated. Not only is this behavior abhorrent for a commissioner, it's an amoral act as a person. This could happen to anyone, as everyone is fair game to Commissioner Samaria. Our charter contains a citizen bill of rights, which I believe is not being upheld to protect residents like myself from elected officials like Commissioner Samaria. He's a bull in a china shop, untamed, unrestrained, and inflicting personal and financial damage to the residents of Biscayne Park, and this has gone on far too long and needs to stop immediately. Thank you.
Comment in the log cabin before we resume? So, Madam Clerk, why don't we go ahead and open up to folks on Zoom? If you'd like to make a comment on Zoom, please just raise your hand and the clerk will, select and unmute you for your comment.
Get unmute her. Laura, unmute please. Laura.
We have a user on Zoom, Laura. If you can hear us, and
Laura, great.
the clerk would like to start with you. Yeah, why don't we, well,
See if I-
Laura is works on the technological issues there, maybe. Move on to the next person, please.
Okay, let's see.
Laura, we'll come back to you.
Christopher Boykin.
Mr. Boykin?
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
I was a resident of North Miami from 2000. First of all, good evening and thank you so much for your time. I love Biscayne Park and I love that log cabin, and thanks to everyone in the room and for everyone on the commission who's there tonight. I was a resident of North Miami, just across the street on 739 Northeast 121st Street from 2005 until January of 2024. I was also the executive director of Pelican Harbor Seabird Station for 9 years. And I love native plants. I love native trees. I know the issue around non-native Australian pines, Casuarina equistifolia. When I was in college, I studied yellow-crowned night herons, and I monitored 36 nests in Gulfport, Florida, St. Petersburg, and they were actually all in pine trees. And as we know, we've lost a lot of our native pine trees to development in Southeast Florida, particularly in Dade and Broward counties. And so I heard Michael earlier, great job, Michael. But around 2019 or so, we had a yellow-crowned night heron show up in our yard in 739 Northeast 121st Street, and our neighbors. And the first year the nest failed, but in all the following years, the nest was successful. And so I was so elated and excited to see that happening in North Miami Biscayne Park. I didn't know about the other nests in the neighborhood, and I don't fully understand what's happened. I think some trees were cut down. I assume that no one intended any harm to birds. But certainly they're protected under the Migratory Bird Treaty Act. And as Michael said, they can absolutely double clutch or produce 2 different sets of young in a season because of our warm climate. They're crustacean specialists. 97.6% of their diet is mollusk, crabs, shrimp that they feed on in the Biscayne Canal. And that's why they're in Biscayne Park, because they're feeding in the Biscayne Canal nearby during low tide on crabs, fiddler crabs, etc. But anyway, that's it. Just thanks for protecting the birds. Thanks for being respectful of nature and wildlife. Biscayne Park is a bird sanctuary, and it's always been so outstanding in its care for birds and nature, and always a friend and sponsor to Pelican Harbor. And I miss living up there, and I wish you all the best, and I thank you for your time.
Annie, unmute please.
Good evening. My name is Annie Clinton, and I reside at 11520 Northeast 6th Avenue. As a concerned resident, I'm deeply troubled by the recent events unfolding in our community. It has become increasingly clear that there are serious issues under the leadership of our current city manager and others in authority. Let's start with the most visible one, the destruction of our environment. Over $120,000 of taxpayer money was spent to cut down the Australian pines, trees that have been part of our local ecosystem for hundreds of years. Not only was there no public consultation, but there was also no real plan to restore what was lost. This is a wasteful, reckless use of our funds, and it directly impacts our environment, our health, and the beauty of our village. Now we are hearing that public funds will also be used to finance internal investigations at the police department, investigations that appear politically motivated rather than legally justified. The initial cost is purportedly $10,000 with the potential for more. Once again, our taxpayer money is being spent indiscriminately instead of being used for what we truly need, like proper water pumps when our neighborhoods flood or basic infrastructure for our safety. These funds are being allocated to internal disputes and retaliation From what we're seeing, everything seems to be a priority for this administration, except for us, the residents, who live here and pay the taxes that sustain this village. Decisions are being made without consultation, without transparency, and without community input, and that has to stop. Former Chief Mark Steele, during his brief tenure, brought visible change. He worked alongside his officers, led by example, and restored discipline and professionalism to our police department. His departure left a clear gap, and it's evident. Since then, we've seen a return to disorder and disengagement. For the first time in a long while, we had seen officers actively patrolling and improving roadway safety. However, in just a matter of weeks, that progress has reversed. I personally asked several officers why they are no longer conducting traffic enforcement on 6th Avenue, and it was informed that Captain Jorge Rosario directed them not to patrol that area. This is deeply troubling, as 6th Avenue is one of the most dangerous and high-speed corridors in Biscayne Park. Similarly, Griffin Boulevard has once again become a hotspot for reckless speeding, making it hazardous for pedestrians and residents alike. Under the previous leadership, I frequently saw the police chief and captain personally working alongside officers to address speeding violations. Their commitment to leading by example was commendable. When I asked them why they were personally involved in enforcement, their response was simple. They would never ask their officers to do something they were unwilling to do themselves. This level of dedication to community safety was something I had never witnessed in other cities. Since the chief's departure, however, I have not seen similar engagement from current leadership. A strong police department must be visible and actively engaged with the community, not confined to an office detached from the realities of our streets. Also, I want to express how concerning it is to see changes to the meeting schedule, which is very alarming because what is going on here? This meeting was held during working hours, something that was never been typical in this village. According to what I read, it was rescheduled to accommodate the mayor. If that was the case, it would have been more appropriate to move the meeting to an evening where all residents could participate and express themselves as protected by the First Amendment. These types of decisions should not exclude the very people they are meant to serve. Equally concerning is the behavior seen online in our community chat. After the last commission meeting, 2 new suspicious profiles, Joshua and Bethany, were created and began posting aggressively. These profiles, which have since become inactive, appeared to focus on spreading hostility and targeting both former Chief Mark Steele and former Mayor Chris Trost, 2 individuals who many in this village respect. These posts were filled with misinformation, condescension, and in some cases, direct disrespect. I personally was addressed in an inappropriate way with language like baby girl, which is unacceptable in any public forum. These comments clearly did not come from community members acting in good faith. They were toxic, manipulative, and damaging. There's a deeper issue here, an issue of accountability, ethics, and public trust. Residents deserve answers. We deserve transparency, and we deserve leaders who use our resources to protect and uplift this village, not to silence or punish those who speak the truth. Changes must be made, and I firmly believe that the city manager should be removed before further damage is done. Our city has been in the news far too often for the wrong reasons, and it is both embarrassing and unacceptable. I urge the commission to fulfill its duty to the residents of Biscayne Park and take decisive action to restore integrity and transparency to our local government. I urge the commission to do the job you were elected to do with integrity and with the residents in mind.
So again, there's a profile logged in that's entitled Laura with the hand raised.
Okay, can you hear me now? It's Laura
Yes.
Graves.
Yes, we can, thank
Hi.
you.
Okay, Laura Graves, 11725 Griffin Boulevard. I just wanted to firstly say and reiterate what several people have said, which is we are a bird sanctuary. We are on the National Registry of Bird Sanctuaries. I am not an advocate for tearing trees down. I understand that things have to happen from time to time, but my biggest challenge, and I really hope the commission is listening, is there was zero plan in place when these trees were torn down. I actually looked at the document that was submitted to tonight's meeting, and it very clearly had no plan in place for the replacement of the trees that were torn down or for the maintenance and watering of trees to be replanted after. My husband and I purchased our home on Griffin in 2004, living in another area of the park first, because there were 4 beautiful Australian pines in the median in front of our home. Less than a year later, in 2005, all 4 of those trees were torn down. We vehemently opposed it, but they were nonetheless torn down. Very shortly thereafter, 4 oak trees were planted. The village of Biscayne Park came and watered those trees religiously every week for a year, and also fertilized when needed so they could take root and grow, and they are now beautiful trees. So I ask moving forward, that the commission is transparent with us. I feel like there's a real disconnect and lack of communication. And so it creates a lot of distrust because there's not transparency. But if a tree is to be torn down, the monies have to be in place for a replacement. The actual physical tree has to be queued up for replacement, and the maintenance for the watering and the fertilization of the tree or trees so that it can grow into perpetuity and beyond. I hope you all have a good night. Thank you.
Don,
Good evening. My name is Don, address protected in Florida Statute 119. I'm an investigative reporter committed to uncovering the truth behind the persistent corruption within the village of Biscayne Park. My recent investigation is focused on the Australian pine removal project, revealing some alarming concerns. Through multiple interviews and delayed or incomplete responses to public record requests, it appears that the justification for this operation may not have been entirely transparent. A key issue is the apparent absence of arborist reports that Mr. Childress has repeatedly referenced. Were these trees truly diseased, or was this claim used to expedite the process without proper due diligence? The only documentation provided thus far consists of reports from a tree maintenance company raising the questions of whether the trees were declared unhealthy to secure a contract rather than one of genuine environmental necessity. One particularly troubling inconsistency is that the tree that fell on Northeast 113th Street was never previously identified as a hazard. Several arborists I have interviewed stated that a basic assessment, such as tapping the trees, could have easily determined which ones posed an immediate safety risk. Yet the village moved forward with this operation based on questionable information, seemingly bypassing necessary evaluations. Further concerns have emerged regarding the village's financial practices. Multiple vendors in the area have reported delayed or delinquent payments for services rendered, except for Joe's Tree Service, the company responsible for removing the trees. Testimony suggests that Mr. Childress has expedited payments to Joe's Tree Service, prioritizing them over other obligations. Reports indicate that he personally retrieves and delivers these checks, a level of attention not afforded to other contractors, except in cases of overdue payments required to resume pending work. Beyond financial irregularities, the lack of transparency surrounding wildlife protection is deeply troubling. Both the commission and the community were assured that wildlife assessments would be conducted and that wildlife organizations would be contacted when necessary. However, these assurances appear to have been misleading. A resident witnessed tree service workers begin cutting down an Australian pine on Northeast 119th Street without first checking for wildlife. As a result, a frightened raccoon was forced from its nest and became trapped on a limb. The cutting continued, causing the animal to fall over 2 stories to the ground. As the raccoon struggled to recover and fled to a neighbor's yard, workers repeatedly left and attempted to take photographs. Additionally, 2 large bee nests in the area were exterminated rather than relocated, costing the village an additional $5,000, an expense not included in the $120,000 contract paid to the tree service. These troubling findings suggest that the wildlife protection was never a priority in this operation. Instead, there are indications that the project may have been executed with the intent to eliminate local wildlife rather than preserve it. I remain committed to uncovering the truth behind these actions and ensuring transparency for the residents of Biscayne Park. My investigation will continue, and once all the facts have been established, the complete findings will be shared with the public.
Gailey Steele.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so good evening, commissioners and everyone present. My name is Yaeli Steele, and my address is protected under the Chapter 119. I'm here tonight on my own to exercise my right to speak on behalf of my husband, who is currently work, ex-Chief Mark Steele. I would like to respond to the comments made by ex-officer Navarro. During the last commission meeting, he spoke last, just before public comment was closed, leaving no chance for everyone to respond. Today, I speak not only as a resident, but also as the wife of Mark Steele. Ex-officer Navarro made several allegedly false and concerning remarks about my husband. In my opinion, the tone and context on these statements appears meant damage Mark's professional reputation in the way that feels personal and unfair, very personal and very unfair. So this is especially disappointing coming from someone who once served in the law enforcement. He also encouraged the public to view my husband's LinkedIn profile. I would like to clarify that LinkedIn is no official or legal source of employment verification. Anyone can create or edit a profile and is not reviewed or validated by any formal agency. A person could write anything about themselves on LinkedIn, but when you review public records, you get verified facts. For that reason, I find troubling that such as a platform was used to question someone's career or characters. To use LinkedIn in that way, in my view, shows a misunderstanding of how professional records are verified, and feels more like it an attempt to discredit someone without solid evidence. That kind of approach is not contradictory and certainly not professional. Officer Navarro also brought up a past case involving my husband from his um his work when he was working in ABT agents. From what I understand, I followed a familiar pattern. Mark raising concerns about possible misconduct, and in return, he faced pushback. But later, the Office of Inspector General confirmed that individuals he reported were found guilty. That is part of the public record. While the final outcome may not have been perfect, that does not change the fact that he spoke up when it matters. That deserves respect, no criticism. Now, turning to Biscayne Park during the last meeting, it was shared that 5 of different hostile work environment complaints were submitted before Mark resigned. These complaints were directed at the city manager and submitted to the village attorneys, who at the same time meeting was seen speaking continually with the manager during the public comments as if they were holding a private meeting of their own. In my opinion, that behavior was unfortunate and dismissive of the serious concern being raised. Now, the same attorney is allegedly involved in the effort to open an investigation into my husband, despite no prior action being taken when the original complaints were submitted. They did not act when concern was raised. And now the attention is on the person who spoke up. This raises serious questions and leaves many persons, including myself, deeply concerned. When my husband submitted those complaints, he received no support. not even from the commissioners. There was no effort to determine whether what was saying the truth or not, just a deep sign as an answer. But only public funds are being used to investigate him. In my opinion, that does not feel like justice. If those original complaints have been properly addressed, perhaps we wouldn't be here today. It also worth noting that several officers, including a captain and a police chief, resigned during that time. Only one remained, Captain Rosero, and he now works closely with the same leadership involved in these concerns. While I'm not suggesting anything improper, it's reasonable to say that these facts raise important concerns. We deserve no silence as an answer. We deserve fairness and justice, no retaliation. Thank you so much for hearing me and giving me the opportunity to speak up today. Have a good day and thank you so much.
Lou. The person, Lou, please unmute yourself.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Lou Barr. Address is protected under Florida Statute 119. I am an investigative reporter conducting a parallel investigation into the village of Biscayne Park. The emerging facts surrounding this situation raise serious concerns that warrant closer scrutiny. Following numerous interviews, it has come to light that the trees removed during this operation were ordered to be cut down immediately after public scrutiny from residents and journalists. Upon personally inspecting the cut trees, I observed that only a small number, possibly 2, exhibited signs of disease. The majority appeared to be healthy. While documenting my findings through photographs, I was ordered to leave by Mr. Childress, who cited safety concerns. Subsequently, I spoke with Commissioner Huntington, who quickly asserted that the trees were hollow and posed an immediate danger to the community. However, when I reached out to employees of the Public Works Department and the Police Department for further insight, many were hesitant to discuss the project in detail. Their only stated role was to oversee the operation and ensure public safety. During one particular conversation, I witnessed an interaction that raised additional concerns. Tree service workers called over the police chief and captain while carrying a bird's nest from the cul-de-sac on Northeast 118th Street. The police chief shook his head in apparent disapproval before making a phone call. Shortly thereafter, a black Tahoe arrived at the site, and Mr. Childress stepped out, passing the police personnel without acknowledgement. He proceeded directly to Joe, the tree service contractor, and the two engaged in a brief conversation. During their exchange, Mr. Childress pointed to the wood chipper, to which Joe nodded in agreement. Mr. Childress then handed Joe a white envelope before departing without addressing any village employees. Moments later, the tree service workers discarded the bird's nest into the wood chipper. The only visible reaction came from the police chief, who again shook his head in apparent frustration while engaging in what seemed to be a heated conversation. Seeking further clarification, I approached the police chief to inquire about what I had just witnessed. His response was simply no comment, and he directed all inquiries to the office of the village manager. When asked whether he had seen the nest being destroyed and whether it contained birds or eggs, he reiterated that all questions must go through the village manager's office. After reported attempts to follow up in the days that followed, the police chief eventually made a revealing remark stating that numerous wildlife was displaced by this project. During a separate conversation with a resident, the chief discussed efforts to plant and donate trees to restore the area's wildlife habitat. Further interviews uncovered internal tensions within the village. A police officer disclosed that the police chief and the village manager had engaged in multiple heated disputes over the tree removal project, particularly regarding the failure to implement any wildlife protection measures. The officer spoke highly of the chief, describing him as not only the most dedicated leader in the department, but also deeply committed to protecting animals and wildlife. He recounted instances where the chief personally rescued injured birds, turtles, tortoises, dogs, cats, and even rabbits. The officer noted that the chief once suffered a bite to the face while rescuing a bird struck by a vehicle, an act emblematic of this dedication to both the community and its wildlife. This raises an important question. Was the chief forced out following these conflicts over wildlife protection, or did these disputes contribute to his departure? Notably, the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission has since launched an inquiry into this situation, and further details are expected to emerge. Thank you for your time.
I'm sorry, we can't hear you.
Yeah.
If there are no further comments on Zoom. Once, twice, don't see any. Okay. All right, so next is one to conclude our public comment for the evening. We'll go ahead and then we'll enter into commission reply comments, and I want everyone to keep in mind that everything we talked about is on our agenda for discussion, so people in this discussion, but what I would like to say is certainly, unfortunately was not able to make the last meeting, was ill. And I'm very happy to see people out there engaging, holding us to the task, because ultimately what does stop us. So I appreciate that. I do. I'm glad to see everyone here, and I would love to see this level of involvement in each part of the meetings. There are a few things that I'd just like to highlight that I unfortunately not had an opportunity to talk with, at one of these meetings about. And just kind of give a couple of highlights really quickly of some of the things, some of the discussions that I've had with the county about this issue when it started. And I've been in touch with, I want to make sure I get this right because it's a mouthful. The division chief, the urban forest and tree division with Durham, a gentleman by the name of James Duncan. He's been very helpful. And he's very willing to engage with us and help us with this issue. He gave me a lot of highlights on, on the necessities for, controlling non-native and invasive species. He gave a host of reasons as to, why they're removed, what county ordinances are in place, that actually require the removal, when either doing certain development on private property or even, street paving, excuse me. When we use street paving, he said that county ordinance actually requires the removal of non-native invasive species, which this would fall under. Now, I don't want to paraphrase for him because I'm sure I won't say it as well as he will say it. I have invited him to be here. I understand that there are levels of kind of approvals he needs to go through in order to come to a public meeting. So I'm hopeful that he will join us at one of these and have an opportunity to address the public because he's very knowledgeable. And again, he would say it much better than I would say it, so I don't want to misinterpret anything that he said. So what I can say is that the county is here to help us. They've expressed their intent to help us. And specifically, he's expressed an intent to help us with native replacements for the species that have been removed at I won't say for him, but at a very good cost. So I'm glad to hear that they're here to help us. He's very willing to work with us. So I would just do want to have an opportunity. I know I just like that you got an opportunity before. I know a couple other things. I don't want to take up too much time. A couple other things we'll discuss with the discussion item, of course. There was one thing that I do feel compelled to mention. Someone mentioned something about this meeting being scheduled for me. I certainly don't. I hope and I don't mean to impose that this was some sort of comment from my character. But we didn't move this meeting from me. I wasn't put here because I asked it to be. It was normal procedures. We schedule these meetings, we get a couple of dates. We say which days we can make, which days we can't. We try to find whatever and everyone can make it. So I think I had mentioned that I wasn't available on 2 of the dates because of work commitments. So I think we had to stay, but it's not that we moved times because I specifically asked it. So I do feel probably mention that because I want to bring that up. Couple other items. One other thing. Again, because I had these discussions with North Miami, but wasn't able to bring it up at the prior meeting because I wasn't here. I have been in touch with the mayor of North Miami. He has expressed an intent and willingness to help us on 121st. The discussion stopped. And the reason they stopped is because we stopped cutting, when this issue came up. With the issue of the birds and nesting and everything, so we didn't continue to follow up. Now, we will continue, will continue those conversations for the services that were carried out on 121st, because there is a shared responsibility on that median. So again, the North Miami Mayor has expressed an intent. I spoke to him on the phone a couple times to help share that burden. But again, the rest of those trees, as I understand it, we'll get into this part of the discussion, but as I understand it, those trees will not be touched for some time. So just wanted everyone to know that, because I hadn't had an opportunity to address it before. I appreciate you giving me a few minutes to talk, and I'm going to open up to the rest of the commission.
I have just a really quick question for the attorney, because I've been hearing a lot about this chapter 119, which I had never heard before until just recently, and this is now coming up constantly. I just looked at the statute, and I don't see anything there about investigative reporters.
No, there's no public records exemption for an investigative reporter.
So in the future,
What I'm guessing is that they are either present or former law enforcement officers. And
that's not how they're presenting.
I understand, and you could certainly question them as to what provision, or the village can certainly question them as to what provision under 119 that they're asserting a privilege. But the way I took it, and you're absolutely correct, they did not state that they were either present or former law enforcement officers. And there is a provision in 119, 119.07.1.
Yeah.
But don't ask me the subparagraph. I think it's subparagraph 2, but I'm not 100% sure. That's the names and addresses and phone numbers of present or former law enforcement officers. And their families are exempt. So
right.
that was the way I took it, but that's just an assumption on my part. But you are correct. They did not. An investigative reporter is not protected under any anything in the one.
I appreciate you mentioning that, Art. That was I had it on my list. And just a couple of words. I appreciate you mentioning that. Thank you.
I want to say thank you for everyone coming out. It is, someone mentioned it is refreshing to see because the bug hasn't full. And we don't get this a lot, and hopefully you all stay engaged and come back out for other issues. There's been a real lack of participation in this village, and I really hope to see more people come out. I will say one thing that this commission has stated multiple times, and continue to say that the trees won't be touched until September. I think the manager's already made that clear. I'll support that in September. Yeah, that's really everything else here will address in our discussion.
I want to thank everybody for coming out tonight. I hope this continues, that we have this kind of participation as we propose on both. I want to thank the residents that had me come out to the tree thing. I'm glad I was very educated. I learned a lot of stuff about it. And I'm glad to see that we're not going to touch those trees in the building. I'll save my response for when the subject matter comes up. I do have something that I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you everyone for coming. I'll just address, since we're going to go into the different items and specifically dive into answer a lot of the questions that were coming forward. I just want to address some that were out of the agenda. One specific front page, I actually had noted that in my commission report for next agenda, that there's some bills being passed right now, or finally passed, that we need to be very careful and take a look at what that means for the village. So I would ask the manager in this case, if we can have a report from our lobbyists, just to understand what that means and include it in what we need. I think the rest, all of the one point and out of touch with 2 items.
Okay. And there were a few items that were handed out by residents for public comment we made. I want to make sure that this is going to be made part of the records. You have copies? Yeah. Okay, great. I know at least that there are photos from the PowerPoint presentation, which was
No, she's online.
She did a wonderful job with it. I was actually up there with her this evening and earlier this evening before the meeting. And my kids actually really liked it. So it was nice that she did that and she made that available. But this was really well done. I do want to make sure that it's part of our public presence. So we'll make sure that happens. Okay, So, let's go ahead and move on to our discussion items in section 6, and our first discussion item is on the replacement plan for Pines. And it's, Commissioner, it's your item, so if you want to give some introduction.
Perfect, thank you very much. Again, thank you for everyone here. We have a resolution, 2024-18 under commission and agenda procedures. 1B, it states that all agendas, special commission agenda, regular commission agendas, shall be pass along through all, last social media. That wasn't done today, and there were multiple changes to the date. That's where the question I think came out of where you would want available. The reality that I'm thankful for all of you to make it today at 6 p.m. because of the back and forth. I keep being asked, and the manager now has asked this question several times on my item, what's the point of your item? And I think obviously, my point is not to come with contentious items, so it'll be circulating topics. Thankfully, that we have, we can do better. But the idea is that we can, like we did today, come forward and have the opportunities. Transparency, and I spoke about this in the last meeting, it's a huge concern for me. And it's a huge issue when I see people coming forward with several comments. They are misleading, using information that might not accurate, posting things in social media. And the first intention to me, the first thing that comes out is I want to answer and I want to be able to share what I know. And then I realize sometimes I don't know. So the intention of the item is for us to have the space to talk about something that concerns a lot of residents for years now. And we recently moved forward, and to my surprise, I would say, because I wasn't expecting this, it was a mismatch. And we need to talk about what we did, because then we can get better. And we were saying, I said, when we got better, we can always get better. So that my intention is that we highlight where. So I'm gonna start talking about the fact that we are a bird sanctuary. I think all of you know, and I'm not taking a discussion as to whether it is something that's current. Those are number one ordinance in 1932. So we are a bird sanctuary, and it's punishable by law. Right? What is the punish if you were not to follow the ordinance? I don't remember.
It's up to a $500 fine, up to 60 days in jail.
So it's a serious matter that the village has made it serious for a reason by making the first ordinance. So we don't take this thing lightly. And so I want to appreciate the commission making this space for an additional meeting this month to discuss this item as well as. All right, so we had a tree come down, and it was a chaos. 45 homes were left with electricity, and it took hours, I don't know if it took days.
Oh, yeah, took a while.
For that to actually be back up and, the whole mess on the street. And that created a big question, which is, what do we do with this Australian homes? And it's been a conversation ongoing for years, and prior for any of us, I think, in the commission. And there's an item that has been the agenda and CIP, which is our capital improvement plan, highlighted with a specific budget to be addressed. But here we are, after so long, being put in the spot of an emergency action to be taking place for safety measures. I have several questions when it comes to safety measures under the emergency quote. We were sharing a memo, and the manager said, that there was a survey conducted, I'm reading from the memo, which revealed there were 37 Australian pines that were in danger of collapse. And the manager has determined that the remaining Australian pines are significant risk to the public and should be removed immediately. None of us are artists, none of us have worked in government. And I know before I have an experience on the background of all the different assessments that are needed to take place. So we trust fully in the direction of the manager, and we ask the questions that we need to ask. And you're totally right.
I feel the questions fell short, and I think a lot of pushback is given to many of the things that were cited. Budget allocations, plans for this, the ability to do it in phases, I brought up, the ability to pay it in phases, because we're now doing a big hit. And we don't know how yet, to our public works budget. And when you're put in a position of life, matters, and, you know, sort of, this is, it could happen anytime, we have a liability doing that forward. It really puts pressure in a way that, in this case, I think maybe push some of the additional questions out in the fields. So that is my perspective on how this item was pushed forward. I can tell you there were several questions put out. Peter and I was specifically requested to coordinate with a certified organization to ensure the trees were clear of wildlife before removing. That didn't happen, and I think that's one of the reasons we're here. The only reason I found out, one way I found out about this was, through the resident radio presentation. She happens to be an activist and supporter of the wildlife in general, but, I got an email saying that I was going on. And then consequently, the manager advised us that wetlands was found, we had to hold, stop the work. And then the question came about how and why, when the predator organization has been selected before. The project timeline also was a question. The vendor committed to handling the work with urgency, estimated completion within 1 to 2 months. I mentioned the idea of having the opportunity to check with this organization because we had the time to do so. The idea that we are sharing the streets with North Miami will mitigate some of the expenses. 14 of the trees were located in shared boundaries. And the interim manager together with mayor are working to try to get us into a negotiation to reduce the financial impact. Budget allocation funding was expected to come from public works, as I mentioned, with additional funds if needed, requiring commission approval for the intergovernmental transfer, which requires commission approval at any time. So, yes, many questions were raised, and the card that stays, I think, the strongest, and it's my learning, and it's how imminent this danger truly was. And the memo was not presented either, not only with the budget and specification, but also with the report from the arborist in the case. But we were told had been identified to be removed immediately. And so again, here we are, and we have 8 trees left, correct? 8 trees in total. And the questions that Melanie in the presentation and many of you can brought up is what do we do with this remaining trees? And that's part of, I listed 4 points of discussion on that, but I would like to hear your thoughts as well. So what else do you think? The first one goes into the next steps for the remaining of the 8 Australian plants. So I would have loved to see a proper assessment on the structural integrity of the street that is relevant before. Ryan, I have a question for you. In the meeting, you made mention of the survey, and one of the trees that fell down, if you noticed, it was not labeled as dangerous. Okay, so it wasn't on the survey at all. We have a survey and I pulled this through public request, and I actually spoke to the vendor directly. And the vendor specified the survey itself is from 2021. The mapping is the recommended trees that were to not be knocked down. And they were literally 24. And from 1 to 10, the way they evaluated the higher risk ones are from 8 to 10. Of course, within the list of all the Australian pines that were at some point highlighted to be removed, okay, by the vendor, the immediate ones posing most concern were those 24. And
please, Albert, correct me if I'm wrong, because the only survey I got was from the vendor. And I want to make sure that that's the same one that Clerk, your copy shared with me for the map that we saw today in the presentation.
Commissioner, there was a survey done, I believe it's in 2019 by SFW.
Yeah.
And that survey, as Commissioner Huntington said, didn't include all the trees, all the Australian pines within the village of Biscayne Park, including the one that fell on 111th Street. That was included. But I went back and I looked at it again before the meeting, and I think there was some 80 trees on that list. They weren't identified, they weren't marked, but they had different numbers. And I think it came out to like 80. But the one on 111th was not identified. So that went after the one on 111th fell, we said we needed to do a survey and get quotes to remove all the Australian pines. And that's when we contacted Joe's Landscaping and and we also contacted SFW to come out and do a new survey also.
Not a survey, you mean by, to measure the health of the structure?
No, to come out and identify all the trees, all the Australian pines within the village. SFW. Yeah, they were SFM, it's SFM.
Okay, so yeah, that's the vendor that confirmed that that list that was given to me via public records to back up the memo. It's from the completed assessment they did in 2021. Where they find a total of 49 pines in the go, but only 24 were highlighted as dangerous and more than 8 to 10 from the bottom of the so yes, the question is, do we have to go by the idea that any tree falls and we go running? No, that's not the idea, but not having this information at hand with the pushback in terms of waiting because we have no time, really puts a constraint on the commissioners. And this is not an excuse, this is just a sharing sentiment. So what do we do with the day trees? Right now, we have active fence, as we've seen, and we all hopefully appreciate it. The question here is, are we deciding to move forward and remove them or not? So some of them are within the list of those hazardous ones. So with the survey came that many of them were, some of them were taken away or not. But from the remaining ones, from 8 to 10, we have several of those trees. So the question is, do we move forward with them? Clearly, we cannot do it now during nesting season. That has been the conversation. We're going to wait until when that's done. The idea that we put a month into that was applied against because we don't know what other sort of species might be there. And they have even found, that it's September might not be cutting. So the idea is that we go and reassess with specific arborists to check the state of the trees, but also wildlife predator organization to make sure that there are no nesting. And there is no birds at sea, and we'll be considering that's the next step. So that's my first point. I want to pick up the brain talk for 12.
Well, I think we're superseded. I think from what I understand, that we're superseded from taking any action when, well, I guess the nesting season when there are nests in trees.
Yeah.
So I think the first point of order is that we've already committed to not making any advancements on this item, on the item of tree removal until well after that nesting season, and I guess that kind of extended period where nesting season will continue. So I think we're kind of superseded because if I remember correctly, and I may not be so correctly, but when there's active nesting happening in the trees, we're not allowed to touch them. So we already have an ordinance that specifies this.
Correct.
So
we are not going to be able to touch them. The question is, we're not going to The idea was that we'll, wait until September, until end of nesting season. So how do we determine that at the end of nesting season, what are the next steps? This is a question for the manager. What are the next steps to make sure that we follow so that we check for wildlife in the street before we even consider the county?
So Mayor, if I could, so I had talked to the Audubon Society had called me. And they actually say the nesting season ends in July. But she said sometimes the birds hang around for the month of August. So they may still be around. So she said to play it safe, why don't you set September? And I said, that's fine. We exchange emails. It's an email. We committed that we wouldn't touch any trees until September.
So what I would ask, if you all agree, is that we have someone come forward to the Audubon Society themselves, or Pelican Harbor as themselves in the position of helping, and check that there is actually no active live nest or nesting sites, before we do that. So that we don't just say September, but we have someone come forward and recommend when that should be.
I'll touch on that, that's a good idea, except for Audubon Society and the Pelican Harbor not responsible. They don't come out and do those assessments. They're the active agency, the policy agency. I don't think you need a specialist to decide whether or not there is wildlife in the tree. I think anyone could say there's a nesting tree, now you investigate. It's active, it's not, is there not? It's an algorithm. You walk down the algorithm, there's a bird, yes. Investigate.
I don't think
No bird, don't investigate.
I don't think it's that easy because, that's the reason why we're here.
Have you found other municipalities that are doing this investigation?
No, that's why I'm asking manager to find out. So the response I've gotten, I can find one from Police Society. Is that it's best to make sure to check, not know exactly what they suggest, but there's a lot of information that it's just like we need to look up and see if there's nests or like wildlife, to decide on that. So I would like to find out, and that's what I'm asking from all of you, as a direction to the manager, if we can find the appropriate creditor organization. Again, and I said it this way because I don't know. Let me clear this for us. Before we determine that September is a month, just to be safe, because maybe it's July, I don't want to be put in the situation again, but come September, we go and, oh, there's like, well, we set September, so it should be fine, or nobody's seen it, and 2 days later, someone sees another bird hanging down. So let's find the appropriate source and who needs to come and check. I will be able to pass along all the information I've received as recommendations to the manager. You all have any contact with the same people? I know other of you have as well. So just find someone that can clear that, sort of start or, reinitiate, the trees at the impact, if that's what we decide. So that would be my number one. Are your thoughts?
Yeah, I'm not sure who that person would be, who would come out and do that. I did, after I heard the suggestions, I did my research, and I tried to find an agency that would do it, and that would do it. And it's not a common thing. I couldn't find any municipality that's standard operating procedure for them. It seems like it's more of a reaction when you find wildlife nature issues, you investigate and make sure you take care of the wildlife. I think we did.
No, so let me give you an idea. These trees are 2 to 3 story flats. You're not gonna be from the floor up to be able to determine that. None of us can. We're gonna that is our risk. So I'll make you an example that actually my husband was telling me about work being done in front of his workplace. Drones were sent up there. They actually do go into the heights and they do through several steps, to make sure these area channels. Do we have a protocol for trimming our trees before hurricane and checking that there is wildlife or not? It's the same season, so is there something in writing that we follow? And SOP on this?
I would have to check. I don't know offhand.
No, anything within our code that would determine.
I know FPL comes in terms, but power lines, but that's, I think that's similar.
Yeah, but so here we are, right, we have no manual, no instructions as to what are the key steps to follow. I assure you this exists. I've spoken to a lot of people and, you know, those exist as to what needs to be done, we just don't have it in place and we know that would serve under our work force and our manager, but also our future public works director. So we need to rely on people that know about this, saying that we can solve it, it's not enough. So I just wanna, yeah, go ahead.
So, how much of 120,000 have you spent so far out?
I think approximately 90,000.
About 90. Okay. So that means we have, what, how many more months before September?
April, May, June, July, August, September, 6.
6 months?
5.
6 months? Okay. What's the status, with North Miami as far as, them picking up some of this cost? How do they feel about that? How do you discuss that?
Yeah, so I discussed with the mayor, like, and he was receptive, he said, put it together and send it to me, and he was like, we'll work with you. Now, did he commit on the spot saying, we will pay for X? No, he didn't, we hadn't sent him the documentation, it was shortly after that everything stopped because of this situation. So I think that's what we can since because this spike.
How do they feel about the trees specifically? The people from North Miami, I mean, is this something on their radar? Is this something that we're bringing to them? Is this if we said, hey, look, we've decided we don't want to take down the trees, is North Miami going to take down the trees? Is that something that we can discuss with them?
It hasn't, because the resolution that we have with them is basically shared maintenance of that median space. So we shared, I think the way that the resolution has been, several weeks ago I looked at it, I think the resolution, the way that's worded is they basically treat to maintain the other landscaping on that area. So it did not commit to me that if you don't do it, we will.
Okay.
And nor did I ask to say, we want you to take care of all of it. It was more along the lines, we had a contractor that would work with us. And I think it was more in the frame of the version.
I would like to find out, you know, if that's just even something on their radar.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's on our radar, but is it on their radar to share the street?
And I know they just removed some trees, I think, north of 120.
But were they also pine?
That, but they didn't.
Okay, so another thing that I wanted to bring up, just so everybody knows, obviously, I didn't know much about Australian pines until this whole thing started, but now I know a little bit about Australian pines. Besides the fact that in Florida, according to Google and AI, because now it's everything they have, their lifespan is 40 to 50 years. Now they can live a lot longer, obviously, right? In my case, they lived over 100 years. Here, they lived over 100 years. They have a lifespan, just like human beings have a lifespan. Trees have a lifespan, right? So I think a lot of the trees, especially Australian pines, are let's call them senior citizens. Having said that, there are additional costs, not just removing the tree and planting a new tree. I've also read that they also leach out a certain type of poison into the soil. And one of the things that you have to do in order for a tree to flourish is you have to actually remove soil and put new soil because that soil is tainted. I don't know how much that costs. I don't know. So it's not just, you know, we take out a tree, we're going to plunk down a new tree. Having said that, I wanted also to respond to a couple of things that were said today. So this is nothing new, folks. We've been talking, this commission, this city has been talking about the removal of Australian pines since I've been here in the village. And, you know, whenever we hear life safety issues, that becomes a urgent matter for us. You know, in my opinion, our prime directive is the safety and security of our residents first, then everything else second, right? So, you know, it was brought to our attention, you know, as a safety and a security issue for our residents. Having said that, you know, I hate to admit it publicly, And unfortunately, that was in statistics. So statistically speaking, there is a much greater chance of people getting hit by a car than getting hit by trees. Let's be realistic. I think that that $120,000 realistically could have been used in a lot better way to, with speed bumps and signage and other ways to minimize the danger to our residents. You know, I think we kind of rushed through this. I think that, you know, because it was brought to our attention as a life safety issue, we reacted very quickly. And I think that there's a much greater risk on our streets than there is from a limb falling off of the tree or hitting people. Having said that, now going back to the trees that are on 121st Street, we've heard from our residents. We've heard from the residents on 121st Street. Obviously, they don't want us to touch the trees until September, but I think all of them ideally would like to keep the trees if possible. So what I would suggest, in my humble opinion, is look, we have 6 months, 5 months from now to September. Let's bring in somebody, a neutral party, arborist, whatever that means. You know, I don't know what that means, but let's find somebody to look at these trees and to assess the health of these trees. And perhaps we can do like what Miami Beach is doing. I know that they are trimming back those trees, not removing them, but they're trimming them back significantly, and reducing their heights as well. So maybe that's something that we can look at. You know, we're here. Yes, public safety, absolutely. All that good stuff. That's all fantastic. But we're also here to listen to the residents, right? And the residents don't want those trees removed. And as far as I'm concerned, if those trees are healthy and we can do something about trimming them back, then I'm good with that option as well.
So that goes to my first point of conduct a reassessment of the remaining trees for structural integrity to determine if immediate removal is still necessary. The reason I bring it up like that is because based on the SFM survey, those are highlighted as a good one. So I would like to reassess, considering that some of them weren't. And I clearly, I just still don't understand what, you know, it's an eight worse than a 10. I can tell you that, yeah, just like the scale, but what does it mean? Is a 7 safer to stay? I would like this to be reassessed.
To touch on these, in danger. We assess all the trees. The 101 is not endangered, and we did not list it, I can tell. So obviously the trees are degrading at a large rate. We touched on Miami Beach. Miami Beach spent $141,000 last year on Australian pine maintenance, and they lost 11 trees. 11 trees were deemed dangerous and had to be taken out. They started their process of preserving their trees in 2001, 24 years ago, and they're still losing trees every year. So they're losing them out. It's not linked.
Yeah.
So what are we going to do? We're going to spend thousands of dollars every year to preserve our trees, and we're still going to lose them anyway.
We just haven't invested in them. That's the thing.
That's the problem.
So it's not like we spent thousands of dollars on the street. We've never done. And so all of a sudden, we just went straight up and spent all the money we had. And let me tell you, 140 out of the budget line for how it works is not a third of the budget that represents to us or whatever it might be for. But it's a lot of money more for us than for them. And they have a phasing plan, which is what I brought up as an opportunity. Yes, there's trees that are gonna hold down the I'm with you, Art. I think there's an exploration of conducting an assessment. And I would like to know what's working for Miami Beach. They're talking about pruning as an opportunity. We don't have hundreds of them left. We have 8. And we should make sure they are in state of being cut down. And then we can ensure to our residents due to diligence that all ways have been explored as the pruning being one of those options.
Having said that, we also have $30,000 there.
What's that?
We have $30,000 to prove it. We need to prove it because we only spent 90 of the 120.
Yes.
really sensible.
Also to clarify, we have these, we're responsible for and there's 6 on Griffin that are county roads, that are in our municipality, but they're not our responsibility as far as removal and trimming. That are just as old, coming in there for, so when we're talking about assessing trees, those should be, we should push out a county assessment of 100%.
Well, that would actually be part of the direction for the hunt.
Yeah, but it sounds, if I might, it sounds like having some direction, which is let's bring someone in to look up. Look, I hear your point, and I appreciate it, that it could be more costly to continue to maintain them and very true. But this, at the same time, we don't know what level of integrity they have. We don't know what the cost would even look like to do that. So I think the first part of the equation is to find out what that looks like. Because we don't know. We don't know if it's gonna be the same thing, it's gonna be Miami Beach, we don't know if it's gonna be, within the budget, and, I think the liability part of it, is certainly kind of what spurred a lot of this, and, for anyone that doesn't know, and I certainly don't need to sound condescending, I don't, it's the lens through which I look at things. Liability, in this respect is different, because let's just say, hypothetically speaking, that tree hit that house in 130, or another tree comes down, somebody else's home gets hit. And they go to the village and they say, hey, you've known about this for 5 years. Now negligence turns into gross negligence because you've been on notice that you had to remove them and you did. So I'm not saying one way or the other that it's going to sway the decision. I'm just trying to provide some context. That's the reason this comes up.
I agree with you, but having said that,
Yeah.
if we get a professional arborist.
To say that it's not, right? Yeah, exactly. Certainly.
Well, we did have, we have.
Right, but then that was some years ago. I think we need to reassess, make sure that whatever is there is viable.
Correct.
And then if it is, then, then we look at the treatment. Instead of.
I think the first step is the information that we need to form a complete picture to make a fully informed decision. And I think that would be the first step.
I will touch on saying that we as a body have talked about how we don't have the funds to replace these streets, and this was regarding a safe emergency situation and acting without the plan to replace the trees as a matter of life safety. We know that we have 2 trees that are dangerous. We know the age of the trees, and bringing an arborist in is just furthering our situation in terms of budget. Getting us farther from the solution of bringing in native trees that will support our bird population in a healthy, sustainable environment. So bringing the arborist, while great, and we'll solidify what 2 other vendors have already told us that they're dangerous, you're getting farther from the solution, which is healthy, mature, native trees.
Sure, but I think the point too that we want not to ignore is the preemption argument. Is that even if let's say we know the condition is pretty, but there's bird there. I think if I understand the county ordinance or law, however you want to phrase it, that it preempts our decision that we cannot do anything to that tree while there are native nesting birds in it. Brad, are you able to?
I'm not familiar with that provision,
Okay,
but if there is something in the county ordinance that would say something to that effect, it would likely preempt your act.
so I think, I don't know if we can do anything right.
I wasn't advocating for doing now.
Yeah.
Advocating for September.
Sure, yeah. So to our point, we have time, so, why don't we have the manager look into for us, having someone come in to look at the integrity of those remaining trees, and see if there is even a group that exists that can come in and look at the native habitat. I don't know, there may not, you may be right, there may not be someone to do it, but
I would say, as far as immature energy further down, we're gonna talk about legislative considerations for wildlife every time we trim. We have to look not just at these new trees, but at all the trees we have in this village. Bird nests aren't built on tree trunks, they're built on limbs. We trim a lot of limbs in this village for power lines, hurricane preparations. Just today, was in front of my house trimming tree limbs. We do a lot of tree trimming. So we have to come up with legislation that's sustainable to our budget for every tree, not just the Eostring pines. So I don't see hiring a consulting firm every time FPL is out here trimming trees. That would be very expensive very quickly. But is there a way to engage with experts to come up with a document that our public works can follow and say, this is signed off by wildlife experts, follow this for inspection of the trees prior to being. That think of this as sustainable for for like wildlife as well as a budget. Hiring a firm every time, and we could do that for the 3 big trees, but what about every time that nails out here? There's a lot of trees in my sector. We have to think of this example for everything, so wildlife and.
So just so we go in order, Brian, if you don't mind, we'll get to the legislation portion. On this one specifically, I think there's consensus that we will reassess for structural integrity. And right now, make sure those trees are still in and come September, we can contact credit organization again. The manager will have to decide who that is. And there is many organizations that come forward with the help. And to check that by then it is safe to remove the trees, if that's the decision. But to your point, we have enough time in the meantime to explore pruning opportunities and other things that might be done around the county community.
Well, to that point too, I think the county may be able to help us with that down. The discussions that I have with the chief of the people, without going back to, because I don't forget, the urban forestry tree division. You know, they have directives and they have a lot of initiatives that are aimed at Australian pines specifically. So I can have a discussion with him, which I was planning to do anyway, to see if we could get them to come out to a meeting to talk to us about this, because I've heard it come from them and not anecdotally from me. But ask them about their service in coming up and seeing if they do that, because he did suggest to me over the phone that one of the workarounds that they've seen deployed with Australian pines is the trimming, but leaving it at a height that apparently the nesting bird is like a certain height of a tree, leaving it at a certain height but trimming it back so it poses less of a danger, but still having the space for them to nest. He recommended that as a potential, I don't want to say workaround, it's probably not the right way to say it, but work. So he suggested that there are some alternatives, so I'll re-engage with them and see if I can hopefully get them to come out to us.
Appreciate that. I did speak to James Duncan as well, and he did share.
Very, very knowledgeable person.
And again, that's why I know there are processes in place. We are not going to reinvent the wheel. We're going to go for those who already have it and put it in place. If we can get the process open for the public works department, so that John knows in the future how to follow tree naming, season, and how to check for wildlife, I think it makes it easier for all of us and future commission. So that is checked. So the next one was establishing a monitoring schedule to track potential safety concerns until the removal can resume or plan B may resume. After nesting season. Now, if they have been highlighted as in danger, they're still sitting there with no homes around them. There's no hazardous sort of sign around them. I don't know if we should provide for some caution notice to residents that are around there as a way to mitigate not only liability, but communication for the village to what's going on, why are we waiting on the cities that have potential to be harmful. And they could potentially fall, and then we decided to wait until September to. So is there something that can be done to, advise of this danger, or you don't see space for
that? I don't know what form that would take.
I think first it will be in the shape of communication. I think I have that as the next point, but making, relevant on our website and ensuring that everybody's aware that we have plans. So we're currently work in progress as we work with the county, as we work with different organizations, that there is a street in particular that we want to make sure everybody knows is being reviewed for safety. I think we ought to put something out there. For residents as well, maybe even in the site, with tape or some cones that might have a sign, and it might have a QR code that takes them to the website. I mean, it could be easy access to read for whoever's walking, at least to acknowledge that we are letting them know. Is that something that is doable, suggested, Albert? Is it a lot for us to ask the village to engage on?
Yeah, Commissioner, to answer your question, so you had talked about going out and doing an assessment now. So if we do go out and do an assessment now, and they determine that those trees are imminent to come down, we cannot remove them until September. So I don't see I think that puts us in a horrible position, liable position. So I would suggest not doing that, you know.
We mean not letting people know that.
Well, I wouldn't go out now and do an assessment of them. No, not at all. Because I think that puts the village in a very,
Of the 8 trees that remain now, right? How many of those trees have activeness? Do we know that? Is it 2, 3, is it 4?
no, I think the rest of that street has birds in them. So
All of the trees.
the Australian pines, yes. So we had committed not to touch those
So,
because they have active
so
nests.
we can't touch them anyway.
Yes.
Okay, so we can't touch them anyway.
Right.
My point here is, well, we look into, are we gonna cut them after or not, or we're gonna prune them or not, the thing that's coming in September, we're not gonna do anything now. Should we at somehow, to the expense of the village, notify communication needs to happen, that should we put, some sort of a
We,
around that, or, you know,
we don't know as of right now.
I know.
We don't
Well,
have
we
the
do know
answer.
that there could be dangerous.
Well, there could be a lot of dangers, right? I mean, walking across the street is dangerous, right? But the point is that we don't have the knowledge to be able to give, you know, to tell somebody, listen, there's a tree that could potentially fall in front of your house, but right now there's a herring nesting and we can't touch it until they come in. We don't have the knowledge. We need to have the knowledge in order to be able to present that to.
Yeah, from a liability perspective, it doesn't.
Okay.
Because we're already under this. Yeah, we're already under this. I think Brad may have been up for you, but.
All right, there you go, I just wanted to check, that was a thought.
Yeah, what I'm hearing is that everybody's saying that the 8 trees are affected. So, I mean, what are we talking about? We have to cut them down yet. We're saying those 8 trees are affected, you know. Sick.
Well, no, I'm saying we're not allowed to question because they're currently nesting.
You know, I still, like I said, I want to make my comments after, because this discussion tonight is very good, and I am proud that this commission brought it up. Probably in the process of it before. Anyway, so my point is, how many of these other nest possibilities that we would have of the other 37 trees that were cut down? Have we proved that there wasn't there?
Well, anybody needs to come forward, so. Hard to say, but right now we know that trees remaining that we're discussing have nests, we can't touch them, so I think we should.
Okay, so number 2, nothing we can do?
No, there's really.
All right, engage with the certified wildlife organization to confirm when the nesting season has officially ended before resuming removal of efforts, if that's our plan to go. So are we in agreement that then we will contact on considering stations come September, and we'll check if that is our plan to follow, right?
I think that's prudent.
Yeah, great, so. Thank you. Anything else related to next steps on these 8 trees you need to, you guys want to talk about? Or not this big one?
Not for those eight, because I think your direction that. As they currently are, we're not.
Okay,
So, just so that I am clear.
yes.
So we are going to bring somebody in to inspect the trees, right?
Yeah.
And
Because the last inspection was 2021.
2019.
2021 was the one inspection.
But are there, by the way, are there trees on that street identified as endangered trees? How many of those?
2 or even 10.
And so those 2 have nests or have bird activity.
I think they all.
The email I got from the resident this evening, there's 5 nests, 3 are in operating lines, or 2 are in live acres, so they're not being affected trees. I confirmed it myself and walked up there and looked at us.
Yeah, let me just say that the concern was that they're hanging out in all the trees. So if you start cutting down one, you're gonna disperse the entire flock. And they may go and not come back, so that's why.
So, just to do our due diligence, in my humble opinion, I would just bring in another arborist, not SFM, another arborist,
I actually would suggest that.
and have them look at all the trees again. And if it's a 10, then it must be a 10.5 by now, right? But again, we can't do anything until September regardless, because they're nesting birds on those trees and whatever. But let's just cross our T's and dot our I's, right? And then if they find that 8 of them are still good, and we can put them back, and I suggest that we do that. I'm good with that.
Yeah. So I want to be,
So are you
I
clear on
want to be
this point?
time aware.
Yes.
So this is what I understand the direction is from the commission. Is that, in August, we'll hire somebody to go out and look at in August to assess those 8 trees and make a determination what their,
I would do it in September if that was the end of this.
well, I don't think they're gonna go up in the tree. They're just gonna look at the base of the tree and look at the
structure.
The only reason September is just because we go in office, if they told you September could be the end date. And then when you're gonna send someone next month again to make sure you're ready for that. I would just wait until.
No, but
the end.
not for the birds. It's not, yeah, this is the
just an
arbor.
arbor. This is just, no, this is just an arbors to detect the structural integrity of the tree. So we'll do that in August and come back and give you a report at the September commission meeting about the integrity of the trees. And then have a discussion on it and decide what you want to move forward with. And then have an arborist in September look at those trees that you've identified to come down, that they are free of any nesting.
There you go.
Okay.
We also have, as the manager, as the county to assess their trees on Griffin as well. So that's important.
Yes,
So
certainly.
the county will do their own assessment in August.
Yes, and then finally, find out what other options could it be to retain the Australian pine to include as part of the conversation, such as pruning them, maybe just in doing.
Right, so once the integrity is determined, if there's any ones that can be saved, we'll talk about that.
I will tell you that a lot of these trees, whether their trunks are good or not, have really bad, damaged limbs. And those for sure have to be removed, right? So pruning is going to have to happen regardless of whether the tree is structurally sound or not.
And some of them were even highlighted on that, was, Joe's on the contract, as the termites, very poor condition. I think those, might be some of the ones that we're talking about. And we'll do proper due diligence. All right, so next point, resident communications will provide regular updates through the village communication channels to ensure residents are aware of the status and reasons for the delay. I think we're due to come back after we put that notice that was happening. We've never heard anything else. So we need to let people know what's going on. We need to let them know, well, there's bolted, we did find birds, this is our action plan. And if there's nothing, if something else comes forward, clearly outline the balance between public safety concerns and environmental protection is part of the communication. It's not just the fact that we are, not doing due diligence and finding the trees that were highlighted as danger, imminent danger, as we approved, is the fact that we've also found there's wildlife. So just coming forward with all the information we found. Legislative considerations I will leave for the last, if you don't mind, because that's going to be a little, but balancing wildlife conservation with public safety. I was wondering, so the Parks and Parkways has already been briefed. We heard one of the members come forward today, right, Albert? Everybody was briefed?
Yes, and so we also, I have a meeting with our grant manager coming up, and the chair or one of the members of the committee has asked to sit in on that meeting, just so we could talk about any grants that are out there for the replacement of trees, and I'll let you know the result of that meeting.
Okay, I did put forward an item that I think we all passed consent that was related to the replacement plan of the tree. We already discussed that. I had a lot of items to engagement with the community, with specialists. I think that's what people want to see happening. So I'm happy to hear that's already been briefed. Is there a deadline? Did they mention something about when people we expect to have some sort of a feedback from them as to what the steps are? From the Parks and Parkways board. So.
No, I attended the last meeting. I'm trying to attend all those meetings so I can.
They sent a report.
Right.
Discussions, and I know they're coming for a meeting next week.
Yes.
And I think at that point.
Legislative, so here's the part that I've gotten so much information, some of them is contradictory, not contradictory, but different from what the planning does to be in San Francisco and, Seattle. A lot of different ordinances in place to protect wildlife, walking and there is a lot that I need to kind of process and we can discuss it. But I wanted to be, legislation that enhances the canopy protection during nesting season while allowing the urgent action procedure to take place. There is an emergency, what's our protocol? We need to have these things in writing, so the next time manager council will accept them, the arborist reports need to be included, the arborist reports need to be current within the last year. The arborist reports, have to highlight scale of considerations, how do we face, the different, we need that put in writing, so that we don't go through this again. The other point I have here was considering amendments in village ordinance to better define tree management. Procedures, considering the bird sanctuary. So what we currently have in place for a bird sanctuary, that there is we said you can harm birds and so doesn't specify to first nesting season, it doesn't specify what months it need to happen. And the question to Brian is it an ordinance amendment? Is it a resolution? Is it a fee for the department? I really don't know. Anyone is that?
I'll touch on that, I don't know if you guys get a chance to see the agenda for next week, but I put on their discussion of Tree City USA, because I don't know if you guys know, but I recently discovered that we're not a Tree City USA, even though we have a flag in certain parts that we are Tree City USA. We've gone out of compliance 30 years ago, and I would like to see us push back to become compliant. One of the requirements is you pass a tree ordinance, a tree care ordinance. I think that would be a great opportunity.
Yeah.
Right now, ordinance is creating some precaution, outlawing the idea of canopy maintenance during nesting season, because that's also preparation for hurricane season as well.
Right.
And so I think there's some information sharing with other municipalities and how they balance that, because we still need to trim trees. And I think if you told me now, you can't come trim trees during February to September, they would tell you, so you need 4 months to trim trees, and I got trim the rest of South Florida too. I can work for this.
So, the first two things I would want to see happen in terms of legislation is that anytime you have to remove a tree, there is a requirement for an arborist to check that is up to date. It can be from the last 12 months that you produced. And the second is that we have to check for what prior for the tree to be removed. Those two things we don't have currently. How we put it and where we put it, I would ask that you allow me to work with the attorney to put together a draft to bring it as a discussion item again. So at least we have something to look at that would merge a lot of what I've got. And you can bring this discussion item, your thoughts and your amendments to it, and then from there. Otherwise, we'll have to get started. But those are the two main objectives that I wanted for inclusion on a current ordinance or again resolution, so whatever might be those two things. Then we can talk to your point, additional steps to pruning, if that goes to maintenance and daily operation. But I'm talking about a broader sense of.
Tree, we have the sample ordinance, tree ordinance is very specific on removals, and they want more than just, this is how I'm gonna make it. They want some specific.
Mayor, if I may chime in for a moment. There was a lot of turn. Thank you. So I can tell you that, and I haven't done an exhaustive search, but Commissioner Hamza and I have talked this several times, tried to do some research on various ordinances. Most of the ordinances that I've been able to find, especially as they're specifically the Australian clients, they deal with development. So if property is being developed or adjacent properties being developed, excuse me, and those Australian pines exist, there are certain regulations and requirements. Whether it's fencing, the whole slew of different things. But with regards to your own legislation, I just want you to keep in mind there is a Florida statute which specifically prohibits, and I'm just going to read it very quickly, it prohibits a local government from requiring any notice, application, approval, permit, fee, or mitigation for the pruning, trimming, or removal of a tree on a residential property. So we're talking about residential property, which is basically the village. If the property owner possesses documentation from an arborist certified by the ASA or a Florida licensed landscape architect, the tree poses an unacceptable risk to persons or property. So there is some limitation, and I don't know what Tree City USA, I looked at a little bit, but exactly what they require as far as an ordinance. There is a preemption, a limitation of the.
But Brad, if I may, I think what Commissioner Hensler is saying is city,
Yes.
not private.
Yeah, I just wanted that to be clear.
Okay, yeah, private is private. I think we're all aware of the situation with it. But she's talking about, I think, the city.
So those two things, I would like to work with Brad, who does allow me and bring it to a draft. And then we'll discuss it as to how that would work, where it would look best. And if there's anything you said you want to do, anything else that you'd like to explore ahead?
No, I just thought for passing an ordinance for Tree City USA, that I think it's a good time to bunch all these together and include wildlife protections in that. It's the same topic, trees, it's the same, so include wildlife protections, arborist requirements in, that's important, so I draft two.
Since you're bringing this into the next agenda, and I'm talking about putting my, from May, the attorney's gonna hold both of the information without, us going into the sunshine or anything. It's a good opportunity, maybe Brad, for you to suggest merging and where both ideas.
Well, I have Commissioner Hunt's item as well, so I can follow up. When we discuss,
Yes.
we can incorporate what's needed for Tree City USA, and that's not a violation of sunshine in any way.
The Tree City USA, we have until the end of 2025 to get in compliance, so for mine, we have plenty of time.
Okay, all right, so then I'll bring that into May. Okay.
And I can, quite frankly, I can talk to both of you separately, as long as I don't relay information back and forth between the two of you, so.
Okay.
Excuse me, guys, I don't know if I can talk now. I think based on the discussion that, I'm sorry.
Yeah, well,
My name is Raul, I'm sorry.
I understand, we have very limited time left, we have a lot still to do here, and we have an entire second discussion point. I apologize, but we passed public comment.
Raul, you can send us all emails. Our emails are on the website, on the Biscayne Park website. You can send us emails and we'll reply to you.
Okay. Or if you stick around late, I'd be happy to talk to you after we're done.
Because I think for whatever you are talking, I think that I know the path to go through.
I'd be happy to talk to you after if you want to stick around or shoot me an email. Thank you very much, I appreciate you checking in. Okay, so that was the legislative one?
Yes.
Okay.
Those will be the two main items. There's a couple more, one legislating around communication to the residents that are most affected. I've read a lot of ordinances that talk about 3 to 6 days. I think it's actually what we require from residents. There is a tree permit that people need to get, another tree. And you need a certain amount of time to let people know that this is happening. So I think in the future, first thing is people within the 100 feet of radius, one of the examples is that, but we'll see what else needs to be included, need to be contacted and to be knock on the door, door hanger, provided you reached out in order to let them know the work is coming, it's gonna affect their street, there's gonna be closures, so this is not a service. So that will be.
I see Brett with his hand up.
This is one issue, and this is more of an administrative issue. So I know Commissioner Hansel asked for the commission's approval to work with me. I would ask you not to designate her as the representative of the commission. So, and no, what I'm suggesting is that this was Commissioner Hansel's item that she wanted to present. She's going to present it again in the form of a proposed ordinance for you all to consider as a collegial body. And that I will work with her singularly and individually in preparing that proposed ordinance, which is her singular item.
Okay.
Once you designate her to speak on behalf of the commission, it implicates sunshine. So that's why I'm just cautioning you if you do that, then the commission might have to speak in sunshine.
Well, then I think that the way that you suggested is probably the appropriate way to go about it.
Thank
Thank you
So
for
thank you.
highlighting that, yeah, important.
Okay, so back to the notice,
The
item.
notice item and then budget allocation consideration and other things that I read that I was interested in, some cities they do is for every tree you cut, the city is responsible to put a fund against it. So we have to take this tree due for an emergency, due for treatment concerns, root systems issue, whatever it might be, automatically there is a $2,000 to be put into a fund from, it could be reserve, it could be public works, it could be administration. What it does is just make sure that the budget is there and not spent for any other items because this is sort of a priority. Again, these are ideas I'm throwing. I don't know how it would look like in terms of how to put this in writing in ordinance and make it in effect, for us to add value and protect our wildlife and our canopy. But it's an idea I wanted to throw out because it's part of the literature.
Yeah, I'd be certainly interested to see if that would work its way into an ordinance for Tree City USA. I don't know if that's the case, I don't know if you know offhand while we're here talking about it, or if it's something that we would bring back up when we talk about.
Tree City USA requires a budget of $2 per capita spent on tree maintenance a year. That they don't identify just as tree plantings. They say it's tree trimmings, tree plantings, tree removals. It's money that goes towards trees, $2 per capita. So there is some budget requirement there. So by passing this ordinance, we would have to ensure that we comply with that.
Yeah.
$2,000 per tree is not pretty hefty.
No, I'm just making the number up. I don't know what it was.
And we do have a tree removal permit ordinance in place.
For private property.
Yes.
Yes. So that's why I want to make sure that what we're asking residents to do, we follow ourselves.
So I
There's
think,
gonna be preemptions of emergencies and, urgent matters as well, but, we gotta abide by the same dates of notification. We have sort of a process of follow and in terms of investment for fund or however it might be. So this part, I just wanna voice it out of what I will bring as a draft, and then you guys just go on.
beat me to it, I was gonna say, you wanna include some sort of suggestion when we're gonna be working on, Brad, that'd be fine.
I will touch on the communication thing.
Yeah.
I completely agree with you. Communication is a big part of this, and I think it could be better. But I will almost caution changing something because I think communication in the village as a whole could be better. And I think that we're almost rapidly approaching the idea of a communications ordinance that we agree on, that we give to the manager, that the manager executes, and then we defend. Because I hear a lot of, I didn't get an email blast, I didn't get this, I didn't get that. I think that we need to, as a body, legislate for a whole solution, not just piecemeal, this problem and that problem, fix it as a whole. And something that I talked about during our strategic planning session is a communications plan that fixes all of these problems going forward. So it's not that I don't want to fix this problem, I do, but I want to fix it as a whole for the future. Stop putting fingers in leaks. Let's fix the piping system. Let's fix the communication system.
You're preaching to the choir. I think we've talked about it way too much. We need to, I'm just want to be specific to this. I want communications related to tree removal to be announced to those most affected. When it comes to communication as a village, as a whole, couldn't agree more with you and think it's an idea.
And that's something that we talked about during the strategic plan the second day, I know you weren't there. We talked about it and the manager agreed with us and said that a communications plan was something he was gonna work on next year. So it can fit into our strategic plan, which is something that's in our strategic plan on the agenda as well. So it's something we're working on and we need to do better, but we think we need to identify how we do better and then defend that.
So that was the end of my item. I just appreciate everyone coming forward. This is a very sensitive thing to discuss for many reasons, and not everybody's gonna be happy with how we reacted and how we are moving forward maybe, but the idea to have this meeting is still allow the space for the conversation.
Certainly presented an opportunity to do better.
Yes, I'm okay.
Okay.
Yeah. First off, I'm glad that we had this discussion tonight. That's why I didn't make my comment about it, because I wanted to hear this discussion that we had tonight. Thank you, Commissioner, for bringing this up, because I think it's very important. I think this is the process that we should have done before this. So my comment is going to be about the process that wasn't done. and we should have done. So, that's why I saved my comment for last. I stand deeply concerned before you today, not just as a representative of this community, but as a resident who values transparency, accountability, and promises we make to one another. Village manager assured us that wildlife checks will be conducted before any tree removal. That was not just words, it was a commitment to responsible stewardship of our environment. Yet we hear now numerous reports that critical steps were ignored. Village manager told us allow trees to be cut down without proper inspections. And that the evidence suggests that the only tree inspection that was done about the trees was done by a tree service, not an independent arborist environmental expert. If that is the case, then I feel we as a commission and community were misled. If that is the case, then the promises that were made to this community were broken. I, for one, refuse to accept that. I understand that public safety is a priority. The safety and responsibility actions are not mutually exclusive. This process was carried out in a manner that lacked transparency and frankly raises questions for whether another motive is at play. Instead of thoughtful planning and phase carried out, we lost trees, destroyed habitats, and disturbed the very bird populations that define our village nature identity. It has come to my attention that not only were trees cut down without the proper wildlife assessments, there was also growing concerns about the speed in which they were removed. I have been told that to cut down trees will hold away so quickly to hide them from the residents so that they did not know trees were healthy. I never had the opportunity to see their condition myself, raising serious questions about whether many of them were in fact healthy or sick. If this is true, then we must ask, was the removal rushed to prevent scrutiny? Or the given accurate misleading information about the necessary of cutting down these trees? This situation demands full transparency because right now, a deliberate effort is made to hide the truth in the community. Furthermore, I have received reports that payment process for this project was handled in an unusual manner. Specifically, it was informed that special accommodation was made to pay Joe in different ways than other vendors. If that is true, this raises even more red flags. I want to know, the public deserves to know, whether this permit process different from standard procedures, and if so, why? We also need complete documentation on any wildlife organization that was consulted, including when and how they were contracted, what recommendations they provided, and whether those recommendations were followed. This community deserves accountability, and I will not rest until we get the answers we are owed. As a professional city manager, I would expect that this project be completely through a structured process. One, to ensure just removal were necessary, but also plan for replacement. We should have taken steps to preserve what makes our community special. Instead, we left the destruction and unanswered questions in a breach of trust. Let me be clear, we must hold those responsible accountable. We must demand full transparency on why and how this was allowed to happen. And we must act swiftly to restore what we lost, not just the trees, but the trust of our community. I call on my fellow commissioners to stand with me in demanding answers. We owe it to every resident, to the environment we pledge to protect, and to the future of our village. Thank you.
Well, I certainly think that, 5 months are accountable. And, I'm happy to have such a lengthy discussion tonight.
We wasn't accountable before this, because otherwise, awesome.
Started to move forward, you know, so I say here tonight, and I say that we were accountable and we've been for all the.
What were you advocating for? What was it again? You saying? No, just short list. So we know, but I recognize if you want to do that.
Let's move on. There's one additional discussion item. So we got, oh, I'm sorry.
No, I would just ask, we could take a 5-minute break.
Sure.
Before we go to the next item.
Sure.
Thank you.
recess, I guess.
5 minute break.
5 minute recess.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, I assume. What I thought, that it's standard. Yeah, no, I agree, and I said it like. By the way, I'm not gonna be here for the evening meeting. I'm gonna be. You have vacation? I wish. Yes. All right, sorry. All right, Madam Clerk, just let me know when we.
We're ready. You're ready.
We are? Oh, great, okay. So you're gonna be sitting except for Brett.
I'm sitting.
Okay, great, so our recess, our 5 minute, maybe 8 minute recess is concluded, so let's go ahead and move on to our last discussion item for the evening. We got an hour, so Commissioner?
Right.
Can I say something really quick before, Commissioner Hanson?
No, again.
Does she mind?
No, I don't mind.
Okay, I just want to put my point out there and then we can discuss all of the police chiefs want. If, I just want to make sure that you guys understand, for me, I wouldn't hire a police chief until we have a permanent manager. I think that the current, structure that we have is working. And so we have a permanent manager in place. I wouldn't even consider hiring a full-time police chief because I think if we gotta give the courtesy to whomever we hire as a manager to hire their police chief. So that's just my 2 cents, and we can talk about police chief now for the rest of it.
Thank you. So you just went straight to the conclusion.
That's it.
Yeah. So I think, we'll get there, but the truth is that the, acting interim manager, has the same power than the village manager to actually change the org chart of the organization at any time that is better for the village. So what Art is saying that he's not, he would like that to happen, we actually don't even have to have this discussion because the truth is he could do that at any time. Okay? So, it's within his power to do that. He has the ability to change whatever he thinks is best, given the budget that we have, the objectives that we have, the feedback he gets from us, etc. But the police department in particular has been, center of attention, not the best attention for years now. And I think we all want to deviate from that happening again, but here we are. So, in the last meeting, I actually did put this together before our, the day before we had met for the March regular commission meeting, I requested it be included around walk-on item, and it was denied or not granted the opportunity to do that. The charter does say that, walk-on items are in case of emergency. We have kind of not followed specifically that, the part of the charter that says that we have been allowing walk-on items several times. In my opinion, this was a very important subject to bring up. It was more of an immediate or urgency more than emergency. But our charter does not provide for urgency, it only provides for emergency. Am I saying that right?
It's your procedure and rules, but yes, you're correct.
Right, so, the rest of the commission, well, you were not included at the time, I decided this wasn't a topic to discuss, this is lengthy and has several topics, and I understand. I didn't expect that night I was gonna see the sort of, unfortunate comments that we put forward and how the night sort of ended up happening. I was surprised to see that forward. I am not going to talk in any way or manner related to the investigations that are ongoing, as it was advised by the attorney that will stay away from that. And this has nothing to do actually with that. This is what Art was saying, our inability in a way to decide what the manager does with staff. But in this case, I want to have that conversation as to what we think needs to be done. Considering that we have an interim manager making decisions on a department that is quite sensitive for the long term, even beyond his tenure with us, if that's the case. So, I'm going to read it just for background. The Village of Biscayne Park is undergoing a leadership transition with the police department following the resignation of Chief of Police Mark Steele on February 21st. In response, the interim village manager informed the commission that the part-time acting captain had been hired and appointed under the leadership of the acting chief for sale as part of the interim structure. Additionally, we were informed that the job posting for the chief of police position was to be published on relevant industry websites
as a next step. To ensure stability and well-defined strategic direction, it is essential for the interim village manager to articulate his vision for the department. Furthermore, as the selection of the permanent village manager starts to happen, we want to make sure that we have the right staff moving forward or for the next steps. I also have to say the reason for me to bring it forward is because I did advise Art for making this project. I said, I think it's my suggestion that you communicate this openly, that we have a transition going on, sort of to prevent sort of a backlash of people that would wonder like what's going on. And I think I was one of them. And I was asked directly, why wouldn't you say, what's the next plan? Like nobody's talking about it. There's a commission to say it. You have the discretion to send an email, which I rarely do. And the reason is, if you heard me enough, is because those communications fall under the purview of the manager. It's one of the things we all pay for, and we need to be informed and biased. That's what I believe in. And in this case, the truth is I didn't have an answer. I don't know what the next step of the police department is. I don't know what is intended to be. I just know someone was hired part-time, and there is an acting chief in the position. And in the meantime, and I'm concerned about that. So the only way that we can actually talk about this is this. Meanwhile, the posting, I don't know if it happened or not, and that's part of what we're gonna talk to Albert about, but this is the only opportunity that I have. And when I asked for the opportunity to be shared with the village, the feedback was straight up no. And the next step will be to post this position. That for me is a red flag, like not because he's not within the authority to do that, but the feedback being a straight up no and we're moving forward is what I wanted to slow down for a moment. So I think the conclusion that I'm gonna go and jump to that is very in the same lines as you should say. It's just that we needed to have this in order to decide that to happen, because otherwise, the manager has the ability to do us.
And by charter, he does have it, he has the right to actually, but as smart as Al is, I think if we had consensus up here saying, hey, I don't think it's a good idea that you be hiring the new police chief. And if he wants to apply for the permanent position, I think he's smart enough to know that maybe it's not a good idea for me to hire this person until I get the job.
But that was the email that I received. The email that I received was that the position was to be posted the following week.
Yeah.
Okay?
So, yeah, and I understand what you're saying, but I just think that it's not right. Because, if maybe Al is gonna be the manager, maybe Al's not gonna be the manager, and in a month or two or three, we're gonna have a new manager, and they may say, well, I don't like the person that this person hired, and now we're back to square one. So I personally would suggest that we just all come to a consensus that, look, let's wait till we have a permanent manager in place before we hire the next position.
So can I make a recommendation really well?
Yes.
An inquiry, I guess, really quickly, our opinions notwithstanding. Mr. Manager, could you give us an update on what the status of, so I know Commissioner Henry mentioned that there was communication that the job was gonna be posted. What was the job posted, or was it pending like a process still?
Yeah, I think I sent that information out to you, that all of you, to say that the position was posted. It was posted on the Florida Police Chiefs Association, it was posted on our website, it was posted on Florida League of Cities, it was posted on the Florida City and County Managers Association.
More importantly, though, the manager position has also been posted, correct?
Yes,
And
yes,
the
I
deadline
was
for that-
informed that, yes.
Yeah, and the deadline for that is April 11th, is that correct?
Yes, I was informed.
So,
That's correct. We've kind of, the clerk and I have kind of kept the manager out of the loop just because he's potentially gonna be a candidate, so. But yes, the brochure's been out. I think Madam Clerk had indicated that she had posted. I'll let her tell you where she posted it. But you're correct, applications are due April 11th. And then Madam Clerk will vet those applications and go through the process that was described in the brochure. And I'll let you just.
It's posted, the League of Cities, the Miami-Dade County Managers Association has it. They don't have a posting place but it's been sent to them. The Florida, County City Managers Association.
And I'm assuming the applications are flying in, right? Or maybe not, maybe not. Not really, no.
I've gotten phone calls and inquiries, but not a whole lot of applications, some, not a lot.
Okay, so we have an understanding of where the process currently sits. So,
It was posted, and so what's the next step?
So, when the position became vacant, I thought we had a need to fill that position. Because in a timely manner, because I think for the sake of the police department, you don't leave that position vacant for too long. So we did post it and it closes at the end of the month. At that time, I'll make an assessment on what the next steps are. But I had before this meeting, I had discussed with some of you, not all, most of you, about the process that you had experienced last time, and said what did you not like about the process last time? And most of you said that you weren't involved in the process last time. You had no input, and all of a sudden you were told Chief Steele is our new police chief, and had very little involvement. So I wanted to make sure that the residents had a say in the process. I want to make sure the police department has a say in the process. I want to make sure that this board has input in the process too. And that you're all aware of the steps that are being taken to fill that position.
Al, can I ask you a question? So the current leadership team that you have in place, how is that working for you? How do you feel about them, and how they're leading the department?
So our current acting chief is doing a great job, but he has no desire to be the police chief, and I think he would love to go back to his prior position and take off the hat of the police chief. You know, he understands what it entails. It entails a lot. It entails a lot of responsibility day to day, and that's something that you got to consider, putting him in that position and keeping him in that position for how long.
Yeah.
Our current captain that's full-time has expressed an interest in the department. He's done an excellent job, continues to do an excellent job daily. He has almost 40 years experience as a police officer and has prior police chief experience. So he's a great asset to the village. So there's two other positions that the internal captain for IA, we're not going to fill that position. I don't think that position had much input in the city.
Yeah.
I was told he was hardly ever at the police department. And the other part-time captain too. I think it's to streamline that process. That's the change in the organizational chart.
So here's my concern, guys. My concern is that, we're continuing to be on the news for not good reasons, right? And honestly, especially when it comes to our police department, we need to get out of the news. There's no reason for this village to be experiencing the things that it has experienced in the past. And I think a lot of that goes back to the leadership of the person that sits at the end of this table. So having said that, my concern is we hire a chief tomorrow, whatever. Al's not the manager, a new manager comes in. Now that manager doesn't like the chief, and he wants to fire the chief and bring in a new chief, and here we are back in the news again, right? So I'm not comfortable with that. I want to steady the ship. And the way we're gonna steady the ship is first, we gotta put somebody in that job that is a great manager that brings the background and the knowledge to lead. And then we need that person to be able to hire their team. So that's my position.
So could I respond? Mayor?
Sure.
So, the process that I had envisioned would be for, myself to appoint a committee of 5 people. A current police chief or a past police chief, someone from the Miami-Dade County's Police Chief Association, and then 3 residents, and those residents would be, now I would put this out there now to say if there's any residents that would like to be on the committee, to please contact me so they can sit on the committee. And those people, we're looking for residents that are longtime village residents that have someone in law enforcement or have some dealings with law enforcement, and have some background with law enforcement and have, that kind of knowledge. And then have that committee, I've gotten 2 applications as I was sitting here. We have now 17 applications, and start reviewing those applications to see who they would like to interview. And then based on the qualifications, that we've determined. And then for that committee also last time the village manager made up the questions. I would like the committee to determine the questions for the interview process. And then share those with the board and see if anything else that you would like to add in those questions. And then start narrow it down to the applicants that they would like to interview, and let them start the interview process, and then narrow it down to the top 3 candidates. And those top 3 candidates would meet individually with the board members, and then have a night where they would make a presentation before the village residents, a meet and greet. And then a night where they would meet with the police officers, as many as we could get in on a night, so a meet and greet, and then have and then I could obtain feedback. So that's a process that I think would go away until probably at the end of April or maybe even to May. And at that time, hopefully you'll have made a selection on who the next city manager would be, the village manager would be, so they can make a determination out of those final 3 candidates. And I think what my hope is to be is that those final 3 candidates, whoever they are, that any one of those 3 candidates, the commission, the residents, and the police department would be happy and fully support that person.
I think your idea about what you're doing about the committee is a good idea, and I like it. And I do agree with Commissioner Gonzalez that we shouldn't pick new chief until the new city manager is picked. But at least when you explain the committee, that will be based upon who the new city manager can pick it from the city. So I like the idea of the committee that you said. But I think that we should wait as far as pick the city manager, chief, until we have permanent city manager.
So for me, I'm gonna step back. My question is about who is currently in the org chart for the police department. The question being, some residents asking, do we have police officer? How many do we have? There were people resigning on the last meeting live. What does it mean to the safety? What does it mean to the traffic efforts we had in place? What does it mean to the budget to have a part-time captain? What does it mean to the budget to have a position out there that is pending negotiation on salary when we have a salary already established? So all of these questions are very open and hard to answer, and I'm aware of that. I am more comfortable feeling the whole process to be under a new manager than defining a process for hiring the person now and leaving him with 3 candidates to choose from. I think the next manager may very well bring forward some potential, contacts, employee that worked before, that have been recommended. There might be a process they follow, or other people to be involved in the committee. As much as I think it's a great idea, and this comes to the question I posted to you about how do we engage with the community on this, I think that answers that point. But it could be even an idea for the next manager if it's not you, Al, to bring forward and connect with from start to end. What I wouldn't want to see is given a process that has been defined by someone else to end up with the chief of police. And the question that is above that is, are we okay until that happens? Do we have the current staff in order, the processes in place, the people in place, and the budget maintain and follow through so that status quo can be maintained in terms of safety? There are safety in terms of traffic operatives are still happening. There was so much talked about Chief Steele in December, not so much it was, March, about all the efforts that are being in progress and ideas of things that were happening. Might as well be, everything kind of takes a pause. We do the bare minimum in terms of safety, ensuring that everybody feels we are taken care of. And the programs might be paused until the new chief of police comes in. I'm just saying this, I don't know what it is, but in the sense of what you're describing today as a next step, I feel more comfortable having the permanent manager lead the process.
Well, let me say this,
Yeah.
and with all due respect, Commissioner, whether before my name is interim or just manager, I'm still the manager.
Yeah.
And you were one who said, when my contract was being negotiated, to make sure that I understood that I had full responsibilities
Right.
as whether it was an interim or a manager, I had that same duties under the charter.
Absolutely agree with that.
You said that.
Yes.
And I took that,
Yes.
and then that was made part of my contract, that I had all the duties under the charter, whether it says interim or it says manager. And then I take that very seriously. So and let me finish if I could, because you raised a very serious question. The police department needs to function day in, day out. And as was said here tonight, that's one of the major functions of this village. As a 40-year resident, I know more than anybody how important it is that we have a qualified leadership at the top of the police department. And I think in the 48 years I've been here, that there was very few years that we had quality leadership in the police department, and our police officers deserve the very best. They are the lowest paid police officers in all of Miami-Dade County. When I got here, that was my commitment to them, to the full-time officers, that I was going to do everything I could do to raise their salaries, and I still intend to do that. I can only do that by cutting costs other places. And that was reducing the cost, that the fees that I saw, the cost that was going out the door with our off-duty assignments for our reserve officers having take-home cars, and having our part-time officers have to take-home cars. So that's why I immediately pulled back on that. And that was a huge savings for our officers. And I think we have some very dedicated, committed officers. We have one officer that I think has been here like 20 years. He had tons of opportunities to leave, but he stayed here, and made that commitment. And that's been my commitment. Whether I'm an interim or the village manager, I'm going to make that commitment to do the very best for the police department. And that's on a daily basis.
So yes, I'm aware. I was the first one to know that you have all the powers. What I wasn't expecting the chief of police to leave under the circumstances he left. Having us in the news for the third time in a row in the past 5 years. And having that additionally, that's kind of blow up last meeting, people were quitting again, live. And the concerns of the residents are very valid. So you might have as priority to make sure that our staff is properly taken care of. I gotta make sure that I am a voice was for the residents. And the concerns is, I haven't heard a word. It's the first time I hear you say that you want to make sure the salaries are up to what they need. I'm not disagreeing in any way. I'm just saying, you have a plan, we need to share it, we need to communicate it, we need to communicate with the commission lively, so it's transparent, people can ask questions about it. Because there is a give and take, as you're saying. In order to be able to do that, you have to dismantle a current operation that is going. Then you saw this best. We need to put that forward in a way that can, rely the transparency, but also the assertiveness that we are doing the best we can with the budget that we can for what's best for our residents. So I in any way or manner have put in doubt that our police officers are amazing, like you said, in any way. I haven't in any way said that they don't deserve more. I don't know how that goes. We just talked about certain contracts here and there, once a year. That's for you to figure out. All I'm saying is we need to have an open discussion. We need to let residents know what it looks like. And now, especially since this came up, we lost our chief of police under circumstances that are not ideal. We have lost police officers. There is, a bunch of cars parked in. We don't know what that means. That's a question I get. All this raises questions that are very, very true to answer, and effectively we need to answer too. So that was part of it. I'm with you. You have the power to change as you saw fits best. But I want to put a pause to that because we're in the midst of trying to figure out who the next person permanent in the position might be. It could be you, it could be someone else that comes forward. But we need to just make sure that we take a moment to understand what the process are being set. In the meantime, we're getting applicants based on the posting that you did. So I don't know that it is fair, I actually don't think it's fair, I'll put it that way, to hand from one person to the other process that's halfway. And sort of tell the next manager, you have, we've done this so far, you have 3 people you have to choose from. I don't disagree with the idea of engagement. I don't disagree with the idea of having a committee. I think it's actually quite, I think something like that was explored in the past. Having experts, from different municipalities and cities come forward. I think it's the appropriate process now. And having that, just to conclude the point again, it's not to put in doubt the current staff. I just want to know people that who I speak to, and the rest of the commission can speak for themselves. Are we safe? Do we have the same amount of patrol? Do we have the same traffic operations we used to have? What does it mean to the speeding commitments we put together when budget happened? All of this is a question mark since February 21st. And especially obviously since the beginning of the month when everything came up.
So I think,
I want to touch on a bunch of these things. First off, I'm gonna say, I don't really disagree with everything you said here tonight. This is an emergency response division. They need a leader. If you didn't trust the manager that's sitting at the end of this table to select that, then he shouldn't be sitting. I fully trust him to make that selection. That's like a very transparent, open process. And I don't want to be anywhere near the idea that this might not be a charter violation, but it rises pretty close to the gray area of directing the manager on who to hire and when to hire. And I want to adamantly say in our public record, I am not on board with that at all. That being said, we need competent management in the police department. There's more than enough out there to muddy the waters on whether we had it last or when the last time we actually had it. Here we're getting great candidates, great numbers. It's a process that shouldn't be rushed. We should start that process. And a lot of those questions you have about whether we have the officers on the road, where the officers are coming from, those aren't going to be answered until we get that competent, experienced police chief in that seat. So we need to start that process. We need to keep that process moving forward. To me, I'm really against everything I've heard here. The giving the new manager direction to pause, like I don't want to be any part of that. I'm having we hired him and he works to, it's his decision who he hires, the actual employees to his will. I respect the charter when it comes to that. That being said, whoever if he does select, whoever he selects, will understand that in the next week, we're selecting a village manager or months, or whatever the timeline is. They accept the job knowing that every employee that works over there works as a village manager. The only two employees that work at our will, the manager and the village attorney. So it doesn't matter if we're selecting a new chief, the new village manager can walk in and tell everyone that, and they work at his will. We need to staff that position, and we need to not delay it. We're already stressing our staff, we're stressing our police officers, and we're not doing the due diligence we need to our residents by ensuring that we move the process forward in a timely manner. To say, we're gonna put a pause on it for an undetermined amount of time.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
So, I hear you. I don't think again, the charter is there, and I don't think the manager, we're here to instruct him to do opposite. This is the discussion item for that term, so we're having a discussion, how we will feel. I think it's important for me to understand how you feel about this, and that's what we're deciding, okay? We don't have a chance to talk about this unless it's displayed. I didn't like how it was treated. I didn't like getting a no for an answer and just a blank no. It wasn't just letting me explain what I just heard. It was no, I'm gonna move forward with what I should do. So that raises questions for me of trust and transparency. And it's a good idea. That's why we're discussing it. So with that said, again, yes, of course, the charter provides for that to happen. But is that fair to them? It's not fair. I don't think it is. And again, this is for the manager to take on. Although you're gonna act how you best feel, it needs to happen. But I wanted you to hear it in this setting, and so all of us can talk about it. I don't think it is. If you put yourself in this situation and you knew you're interested in this position, you're seeing a possible chief of police being hired in front of you, and you have no say until the last 3 people, you may want to be like, man, I wish they'd give me 2 more weeks to be part of this. I think to your point, leadership has been provided. I just don't know anything else. And my question is, what else? You have a very assertive way to ensure that everything is happening, work is as usual. Just, I'm asking to communicate it, which is what I suggested at the meeting. Just put it out there. What does it mean? Are we having, the same sort of traffic details that we used to have? What is the priority for the next 4 months, 3 months, or whenever, we define this to be the interim process of interim leadership process. So my questions are not in any way directing exactly what to do. If you read them, my questions are to have that conversation. And I think as a whole, the 4 of us are in agreement that you don't move forward with the process. Again, it's for you to choose what to do, but at least you've heard it, and I heard from my fellow commissioners how they thought about it. So, I had put some questions sort of to guide the conversation. I think we jumped into everything that, the timeline, I think it's something you touched. You said by May, you were expecting to have at least the final steps, right? Do you intend to change the present command structure of the police department? I know that we have, you made already some changes, a part-time captain that we have with us. What else is happening in terms of the structure?
So I don't know if you saw, I sent an LTC out today. I don't know if you saw it yet. There was an LTC on the structural changes, but the captain is actually a full-time captain. You had talked about budget concerns also, because some things were budgeted in our current budget, and whether we were going to proceed with those budget items. And let me bring up the captain so he can talk about one of the budget items that were in there about accreditation and what this board has been told about accreditation and where we are with his assessment of accreditation and what he's doing about getting us accredited. I was fortunate enough during my tenure with the city of Doral, this would be the 3rd police chief I would hire. I've hired 2 in the past. One of the ones I hired in Doral was to just get us accreditation. And it took us 2 years to do that process. And we were, in the process. Once I, put that, police chief in place, it took us 2 years. But we were in that process for a period of 10 years before I brought in a police chief that could get us to that accreditation. Well, let me, I'll turn it over to the captain so he could talk to you a little bit about accreditation.
Mr. Mayor. So I came in.
That's it. Yep.
A little more than 2 weeks ago. Basically, you guys know, Paul Bobby, I'm the fire chief in Syria, in the mandate for it. Was chief of police for 4.5 years. Prior to that, I was deputy chief in the police department for 14. Prior to that, I did 30.5 years in the city of Miami. Executive assistant, senior executive assistant to the chief of police. Retired as a commander, and I went into the other job as a deputy chief, and then I became. So in the 3 weeks that I've been here, and I've been observing and assisting the acting chief in developing a new chart so we can actually give service to the citizens of this village. At the same level it was prior to the incident occurring with the previous chief. And that has been the entire time that I've been here. I've been working on that and we got it going immediately. The accreditation, as far as the accreditation is concerned, what I have seen so far, this police department is nowhere near ready to be accredited. The level of needs that CFA require have not been met as far as I can see. I don't know why this was pushed in the past to go forward. We are not ready. We are not there. We're not even close. However, so this is not misunderstood. I am bringing in, I was able to get somebody pro bono to come in. They're going to come in tomorrow. And he is a commissioner to a sister city here in Dade County, but he does CFA assessments. He is an assessor, and he is actively now assisting Homestead PD, who just got a brand new chief. He's going in there to try to help them also. He went ahead and advised me that he would do it for us here. I want a second opinion of my own opinion to bring it to you all, letting you know what is going on. Having said that, I don't think he's going to be probably too far off from where I'm at, because he's experienced and he has been involved in accreditation for a long time. I did see that there was $25,000 put into the budget for accreditation issues in this budget. I strongly urge you to use that money maybe for something else that is needed at this point, because if anybody comes here and tells you that we are ready for accreditation, it's not going to happen. And I would really hate to spend that kind of money on an accreditation that we're going to fail. And I won't do that. I would argue against that. I think it would be embarrassing. I'd rather tell you the truth now, so you'll know what we're not going to get. Because I will not stand up here and be embarrassed. And I don't want managers to be embarrassed, and I definitely don't want any of you to be embarrassed. And I think the citizens deserve better as far as that is concerned. I don't know anything about what's happened in the past. That's got nothing to do with it. All I'm doing is looking at what I have in hand. And right now, I'm telling you, it doesn't jive.
Were you exposed to the different programs that the Chief Steele had presented to us in December? Which ones of those are to your knowledge or ongoing versus stopped or paused or completely eliminated?
Well, to be honest with you, I don't believe anything has been paused. The only issue is we lost some reserves. I also heard here that people resigned. The only person that resigned was a female reserve officer, no, actually a part-time officer, right? And the other person was a captain that was also part-time.
And a reserve, the captain's brother, who was a reserve officer who lived in Orlando.
Right, I mean, we lived out of the county. Those are the only people who lived, the two, I'm sorry, that resigned, the two brothers and, the chief.
Yeah, and so how many people, if you can say, we previously had prior to all of this happening in terms of patrols every day versus what we have now? And if you can talk about traffic specifically and one of the main concerns we wanted to keep.
So Commissioner, if I could, that is all explained in the LTC, and we'll be happy to sit down with you and with the command staff and go over extensively with that, over at LTC. And I'm available, as well as the command staff, to meet individually. I think there's other issues we would like to talk about tonight, but that is fully explained in the LTC if you haven't seen it yet.
So that was sent today.
It was sent this
So
morning.
the idea was to have the discussion open, be able to ask questions, but I think if you think there's no time for that, I understand. If there is other pressing matters, you said.
Well, I would like to talk about safety, because you brought up safety, and we're 15 minutes away from calling the meeting. And I think it's imperative to make sure that all our residents understand the level of service they're getting now, as opposed to maybe a year ago that what they were getting. And we're in better shape than we were a year ago. And these gentlemen would agree with me that we are in better shape than we were a year ago. So if I, Captain, use, no, not Captain Avalon. So can you can tell, yeah, as you said, there's nothing has been paused. No programs have been paused.
As far as I'm aware, based on the meetings that I've had with the chief, nothing has been paused. The same full-time vacancies that were there are there now. And the department continues to run without a problem. The department is considered a department because of their full-time employees, not because of the amount of reserves.
Right, and you also said that we're trying to get back to basics. Well, explain what you meant by that.
My humble opinion, okay, this department needs to go back to basics. And when I say basics is, when you look at a department that all these specialized units, alleged specialized units that we have, that we do not have, are manned by reserve officers. Reserve officers only come into work 24 hours a month. That's the requirement. So it looks nice on paper. It looks really good on paper, except it's not real. Not real. So my opinion is this department, the culture in this department, unfortunately, a lot of good officers, but the culture is they come here to work off-duty jobs. And this department became secondary. The police department became secondary. Their main job is to go work off duties. That culture needs to be changed. And it's hard because there's a lot of money involved in these off-duty jobs. They make a lot more money working off duty than they are working on duty. So that's my job, to change that culture. I have to change that and remind them that home comes first. Home comes first. That's not the way they want it. They need to find a job somewhere else. That's my whole opinion. I think everybody in this village would agree to that. Home comes first. And then, as far as the security of the city, it is the same as it was prior. We still depend. We have 17 now, 17 reserves. They're coming in, they're putting in their time, they're helping us. The manager graciously was able to go ahead and help you make a full-time detective We didn't have a full-time detective in this police department. Can't run a police department without a detective to follow up on crimes. Now, if there's a report of crime, I need it to be followed up. I can't depend on a guy that's coming in 2 weeks from now to work 24 hours. Need to now, that's what the citizens here in this city expect. I'm sure that's what you expect also. Listen, any one of us can be victims.
We did approve, if I'm not mistaken, during budget season, didn't we approve the half of the detective of the request of,
Yes, we did. It wasn't built.
so I hear what you're saying. So
Yeah.
several changes that need to happen and you are in the midst of putting this forward. Will we be, or as a community or the commission, at least, I'm asking as a commission first, be shown org chart? I mean, there was an extensive org chart. If you saw the presentation from Mark Steele, the all the people that are under the police department. Sure, please. And I think it's important that we see that, we understand it.
And to answer your question, Commissioner, we're trying to make some changes to the website so that each department organizational chart will be on the website, so everybody could see it. So, you know, yeah, there's a lot of things that need to be changed. A lot of things that need to be fixed. And when I came in October, I pointed out that the city needed help.
Yeah.
And I think you all agreed, and it couldn't be, it wasn't a fix overnight. That slowly I'm trying to make some changes. And I'll be sending out a report in April to say, here's the projects that we've completed in the first 6 months. It's October. To say for each department, what projects have been completed. And then what are we trying to work on for the rest of the fiscal year. But let me take this opportunity now to call up our acting police chief. So he can tell you, and let me say this about our acting police chief. He could have walked away and said the same thing. I don't want any part of this. But he stepped up to the plate when I told him that Chief Steele was being relieved of duty. Was he interested in the position and as the interim? And he said yes. And I really do appreciate him taking that leadership role and stepping up to the plate. And he's done an excellent job. And it has been easy for him. He's been attacked because he did take the position. He's been attacked at that last meeting as he was walking out the door. And he was attacked, by people waiting for him as he walked out the door. So, Chief, I appreciate your leadership, what your commitment to the city, to the village. And if you could tell this board, exactly where we are, if we are better off than we were a year ago. You've been here for a while. And if anything has been paused or is there areas of concern that this board should have or any of our village residents should have?
Chief, I don't want to interrupt, but I'd like you to be efficient with your response, and I apologize, that's not fair, but we got about 10 minutes and we have one final item that was kind of left open that we have to resolve before we move forward.
Please, if possible. Thank you, everyone. First of all, I'd like to thank the village of Biscayne Park for entrusting me. With this responsibility, it's been an honor. I've been serving here for 6 years, and I love my job. I love coming to work here every day. I grew up not too far from here, and I'm home to step into this role in this transition, and I will do my best to ensure that safety and well-being of our residents onto the new chief police facility. Basically, one of the questions you have is about the vision of the department, that hasn't changed at all. It remains to be fully operational. We continue to have the same staffing as when I began here 6 years ago. We have 2 officers in every shift. And sometimes more when we have the help from our 17 officers that are still in the reserve that are doing, each one of them is given 24 hours to the city. So that continues to happen. We have stabilized the operation. We currently have two officers and motors that are here every Friday conducting traffic, details. In terms of our numbers, and I like to speak the facts, our stats say that we still continue to show not triple, but sometimes even quadruple our numbers in terms of traffic enforcement that we're doing on the roadways. I think it was 10 times higher in the arrests that we're doing, a traffic arrest, from the traffic enforcement that we're doing on the roads as well. We actually, since yesterday, we partnered up with Florida Highway Patrol. They have a truck enforcement division. Yesterday, I had the opportunity to meet with the commander, and along with the city of Total is going to be assisting us with all the things that we continue to get in Griffin. So we're putting a team together to enforce at least once a month. We're going to be here in the village helping us out with that. The morale in the staff is high. We get a lot of officers that come to us and said they're okay with the transition, and they have continued to show to be resilient. We communicated with them when the transition happened. The village manager, myself, and our captain, we met with them one-on-one to avoid any extracurricular communication. And I mean, overall, everything continues to run the same. One of the great additions that I think we had is that we have now a full-time detective that is able to follow up in any of the cases that we didn't have the opportunity for, waiting for the officers that do the part of the that will be served 24 hours a month, for them to be able, there was a bit of a disconnect, so that's definitely helped tremendously having a person helping us out with the investigations. I will continue to be here in this position, and until a new chief is selected, and anything that you need, I'm always available.
Great, thank you, Chief. I would love to give the commissioner an opportunity to speak with you about the statement that, you've heard from both. I appreciate you both being here, and certainly things that the manager mentioned. Unfortunately, today you still have the time and date that work. So, I think maybe your presence at a future commission meeting would be helpful to allow us to kind of engage on some questions that we have. So, we very much, I very much appreciate the update. I'm sure the rest of the commission does as well. So thank you both for being here. Thank you for addressing some of the items that Commissioner Andrews brought up with your item. I don't know if there's anything else that you had for them as part of your item before we go back to the item that was kind of left open.
I mean, there's more questions that we can touch on a one-on-one with the manager and with the chief. But at this stage, I just wanted to hear, so people, openly hear from you, and that everything is under control, programs are ongoing, and there's a reassessment of staff, for what I understand, to make sure that we meet not only what we said we were gonna do in December, since programs are still going, but also make sure it's within the budget that we have. Is that correct?
That is correct. I think that, in my humble opinion, one of the things that Captain mentioned, I think it's important for us to get back to basics. I feel that kind of lost a little bit of perspective, or lost sight of what basic needs are for the department. And I think it's important that we cover those needs. A lot of the residents here to mention the word public safety, and that's the most important thing. And that's where I'm focused to make sure everyone understands that.
Can I ask you one last question?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it mandatory for you to continue this plan? Do we wait 3 months in this current structure, or do we need urgency in hiring the chief of police?
I think that I serve at the manager's discretion.
I understand.
And I
That's
think
our question.
I think it's important now that, I can handle for now. But I think that there is a priority that we need to prioritize having a new chief selected. I continue to do the job, and I will try my best. But I think the village deserves to have this issue dealt with.
The leadership one.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, I appreciate that.
Chief, thank you very much, Captain. Thank you very much. Appreciate being here. So,
So there's two things that if I would like to close
Sure.
with this item that I brought forward, and we probably didn't get it to the time as much as we did the prior item, but, yeah, so A was to get consensus on how we feel, the majority feel about the current way that the hiring of the chief of police is going. You hear my thoughts, and Brian, you made yours very clear. I am on the side of understanding you have all the capability to do that and hire, waiting and leaving that responsibility for the permanent village manager. And knowing that acting chief is in place and programs are in place and we have the right staff to continue to officially work with the budget that we have, and we will allow us to do that. So that will be my first thing that I want to.
Okay, so before, if I may, just, so we don't run in, really afoul of anything, just to Commissioner Hunt's point.
Yeah.
I don't think you need to establish whether the commission has.
No, I
consensus.
want to know, sorry, how they feel.
I think
about this, yes.
no, and I guess my point is you all can voice your opinions. And obviously that's what it is, and the manager has the ability to absorb that and do what he believes is best. But I don't think it's necessary for you actually to have established a consensus. I just want to understand.
I think it's more for the manager to hear, so.
Yeah.
So I like the idea that Al presented, of starting the process. And, the committee, I think that's a fantastic idea. I love that, community involvement, and I think that, we start the process now. Hopefully, you know, we get to the point where we have a, permit manager sitting, that can, finalize that decision. That's just,
So, Mr. Mayor, if I could, so, I think we started this process like at 9 o'clock. So it really doesn't give an hour of time to really justify this issue. But I'm available, and some of you I meet with weekly. I'm available at any time. I'm like, even, you know where I live, you knock on the door. I'm here on Saturdays and Sundays, sometimes on office hours. I'll make time for Saturdays and Sundays. This is an important issue. And I'm not gonna just, I want to hear from you individually, and I'll meet with you individually. And to discuss this, and I'll also listen to the, and I don't think it's just, I'm not gonna make the decision in a blanket. I also listen to the staff, I also listen to our officers, and I also listen to the residents.
Yeah, I appreciate the perspective. And I will just say, and I've been trying to get us to this point. And I know we talked, it's an hour, we talked a lot about it. We're now 9:58, so we got less than 2 minutes. I will just say that, respectfully, I appreciate where everyone's come from. We've heard a lot of good opinions and a lot of good perspectives and a lot of valid points. We're dealing in hypotheticals, and dealing in hypotheticals is never easy. Because it can turn out one way, you can say, see, we were right, or it can turn out the other way and say, well, actually, everything worked out fine. So it's difficult. It's a difficult thing to forecast. And I think, Commissioner Anderson made a very valid point. Each commissioner, vice mayor, everyone here has made a fantastic point. I think that the process that you've outlined, based on what we've heard from the police department so far, I think it's a lengthy process. I personally am pretty comfortable with the pragmatic approach that I think we're hearing. Look, and if that's the case where we say we have candidates come forward and they've gone through the residence boards, they've gone through the boards that include other people that are, experienced in these types of decision-making processes, they've met with the residents. I think that the meeting with the residents, the meet and greet is great. Meeting with the police department, also great. These are all valid ways to kind of vet candidates to make sure that everyone has input into who that person is going to be. And again, to the point, start the process, it's a long process. Al, if you choose not to be with us, or if you're not putting in for it, or you are gonna be with us, I don't know, I'm not going one way or the other. But if, let's just say hypothetically speaking, you decide. I'm done, I promise. I'm just saying, if we get to the point where you've got a couple of candidates and, the new manager comes in that's not you, and they say, what, I want to start over, it's within their discretion. So I'm comfortable with what.
There's one more thing. My second condition is communication. Can we communicate that we have a process in place that, you know, a lot of people didn't hear any of this.
Yeah.
A lot of people didn't know about this, so they have those concerns about what's next.
Mm.
Again, knowing the village communication part of the village manager's
I agree.
purview, this needs to be put out there as there are plans to have a restructure, a leadership restructure on this, and there's gonna be a process that will involve residents. I think this needs to be put out to residents. So I would ask you all over to make sure that that gets email list, you know, all of that, social media, whatever, we have.
I agree 100% agree. Well, I think that kind of ties up the items, unless you have anything else. If nothing further on your item, Commissioner, I would ask for a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, okay. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, everyone. For the expected.
Yes, if you wouldn't mind.